FM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
Stop your crying, dry your weary eyes. Oh, you know I love you. Oh, baby, here I am. Come rub up on my belly like some guava jelly. Oh, baby, here I am. Come rub up on my belly like some guava jelly. Guava jelly. Guava jelly. Guava jelly. Guava jelly. Sorry. Some guava jelly. Oh, baby, here I am. Come rub up on my belly like some guava jelly. Yeah, guava jelly. Guava jelly. Guava jelly. Guava jelly. Because I woke up with a fever. Temperature's rising, it's hypnotizing. And as I looked out my window, I saw the sun beating down on me, beating down on me. Dim mist of rain, whoa, help me ease this pain. And I'm saying, can you see the sun? It casts no shade on me. It casts no shade on me. But a blue sky, sunshine in the morning time with a tropical breeze, with a tropical breeze. And at night I can see the moon shining down on me, shining down on me. And the stars are playing me untuned to the rhythm of the sea, the rhythm of the sea. Dear Mr. Rain, whoa, heavy is this pain. Can you see the sun? Cast no shade on me, cast no shade on me. The blue sky, sunshine in the morning time, with a tropical breeze, with a tropical breeze. Solid. See the moon shining down on me, but shining down on me. When the stars are playing me untuned to the rhythm of the sea, the rhythm of the sea. Dear Mr. Rain, whoa, help me is this pain. Can you see the sun? I cast no shade on me, I cast no shade on me. Blue sky, sunshine in the morning time, with a tropical breeze, with a tropical breeze. But then can you see the sun? Cast no shade on me, cast no shade on me. With blue sky, sunshine in the morning time, with a tropical breeze, with a tropical breeze. Wubba! Let me say one for Virginia, one for Virginia, one for Virginia, one for whoa.
Uli die sombranzelten maak et zu ita saluda antes di niga Ratzalden malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa gilo tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi.
녹이 잠모루 버리자노자 건자마 주는 야기 조류 이루가 Paraíona, Paraí Gloria, a big isla sem parar. Paraíona, Paraí Gloria, a big isla sem parar. Toru i tempo i paz paraíta zangin ilangin na bendition contra biligo na fansofuam Deus proteis langom contra biligo na fansofuam Deus proteis langom.
walked on through. Dear Father said, do I love you? I quickly said yes, baby. Without you, baby, life would be so blue. Without you, without you, life would be so sad. I would know what to do till the day I die. I'll be by your side. Without you, baby, life would not be right. And I'm walking home, where to Saigon in my saddle. Campus bonito mo.
Right on. Good morning, Jason Solis.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina Solis Matanani.
Good morning.
Right. Hi, jet lag now.
Just a little.
A little.
just a tiny bit.
Sabrina Salas Matanani, guys, in the K-Wave News Zoom room. She's actually joining us from Las Vegas, Nevada. But if we didn't tell you that, you guys might not even know because she's got her Zoom background set to the very recognizable, iconic almost even, Link.
And somewhat in need of replacing.
I like this thing.
No, I like that. It's,
Little wood grain never goes out of style.
I'm more of like a stucco guy myself.
My grandma had walls like this, though.
Really?
Except it was facing the other way.
Okay, did your grandmas ever take the plastic off the couch? My nana never did. She had a couch for 22 straight years, never took the plastic off.
We didn't even have a couch, Jay. No, she took it off.
Oh, your grandma took the
We had
plastic.
to sit in the air, boy.
Well, okay, well, Bree, you know,
No, we weren't allowed to sit on the couch.
Okay, wait. Before we get into the nitty gritty and everything, let's go get a family shot. All four of us, right? Here we go. So there we are. All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Where's Joe, sir? Right here. There we are. Good morning. Wave, Chris. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday.
Hey.
Link family
Good
shot.
morning.
Woohoo.
Good morning.
Yeah, there we are. All four of us.
Right on.
OGs are in the house.
Good morning.
Bree, what kind of chair is that you're sitting on? Is that like a little
Oh wow.
love seat?
Are you in
ottoman?
the jacuzzi or something, Bree?
Yeah,
I know.
it's just like a little, let's see.
Right on. Well, thanks for joining us, Bree. How was your flight? I mean, I know we saw the video because you film everything, but how was it? Was it turbulent?
No, not really.
Yeah.
It was just tiring, when you're on a plane for so many hours. So, yeah.
Have you
It's
gotten to
tiring.
eat some of that wonderful Las Vegas food yet?
Nope. I just got here yesterday.
Yeah. What wonderful
went to the
Las Vegas.
hospital,
What wonderful
Went
Las
to the
Vegas
hospital
food.
again this morning.
I'm thinking like White Castle, like those little
Oh,
sliders,
right,
like the
yeah.
world famous.
Nope. Haven't had a chance to do much of anything.
Well, a lot of comments were coming in over the last couple of days about just your dad, Bree. So I don't know if you want to share anything about that. Because I didn't say anything, but then when I played your video, you were like, oh, I'm going to take care of my dad because he's asking for me. So the cat's, well, it's Guam. The cat was never in the bag.
Yeah. Well, he's recovering from, what he's been through over the past couple of months, and so I'm here to help him. Help him get stronger. And so hopefully, while I'm here, it will help motivate him to get better.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us.
And again,
good to be here.
neither of your
Is
parents
there
knew
a
you were
delay?
actually
I'm
coming,
just
right?
trying to make sure. I can't tell. Is there a delay or?
Yeah,
am I
you
coming
guys
out
are
all right?
behind. It's already tomorrow here.
No, and again, Bree, like neither of your
We're
parents knew you were
advanced,
coming,
Sabrina.
right?
We're coming from the future right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Futuretronic. Well, Jay, good morning. The show is proudly brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, Jack in the Box. I don't know if you guys, Link Fam, who's the main remember around here? Because I seem to recall last week there was some conversation about Milkshake Monday.
But Bree had a plane to catch.
Right, but it's still Monday in the States. Right, Bree? It's Monday there?
It's Monday.
Yeah, it's still Monday, Jay. You still have time, bro. Still have time to salvage your reputation. So thank
I
you.
kind of tuned out on that. What is it? What exactly? Is Jason supposed to bring in milkshakes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were gonna do Milkshake Monday. All four of us were gonna drink a milkshake at like
Yeah.
6 in the morning. We're gonna
Uh-huh.
greet Mr. Sun with
Drinking milkshakes at 6 in the morning.
Yeah,
Well,
I was gonna run by Jack in the Box because Bree's favorite is of course like the Oreo.
You notice the past tense, Breeze? Like, I was going to run by Jack in the Box.
I'm sorry, I shall at some point. Chris's favorite is basically, is it free? And
Yeah,
then-
that's
then
all.
I'm good. I'm good
You
to
know
go.
me well. Thank you, my man.
Joe Sir's like a little bit more like
Tactful about it?
No, he's discerning with his taste. He's
Right.
like I need
What do you mean discerning with his taste? He
I-
just doesn't like vegetables.
I need
Anything
yeah.
else?
As
he'll
long as
eat
there's
it.
not vegetables in the
Right,
milkshake, he's
right,
good.
Yeah.
But
There's no
I need a-
vegetables. Okay.
I need a chocolate milkshake, but I need the cherry just slightly off to the side so it doesn't bleed.
At 6:27. Who's coming up on the show? Daphne's not coming on. She's on leave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
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 So we were trying
Okay,
to get
guys,
down-
I'm just going to tell you the whole situation. It's like Daphne, I believe her grandson came in, and he's only here for a little bit, so
Aw.
she took leave. And I felt bad because I
That's
could
nice.
tell it was one of those where she felt bad because I was asking her like, "Hey, can you come on?" And she was like, "Man, I'm going on leave, but hit me up next week, and I'll make time to come on just for you guys." And I actually did hit her up, and I was like, "Hey, can you come on?" But I was like, "But if you can, it's cool." So she'll come on next week.
No, and you know what? Like several
I'm
of
that
our-
guy that's gonna bother you on leave.
after
Sorry.
what we've all been through for the past like 16 or so months and everything like that.
What? Not that guy?
There are several of our government leaders who absolutely like deserve a break. Good for Daphne for taking some time off, and congratulations to get to spend with with her godson. Dr. Ho.
Grandson.
Dr. Ho is told
Grandson.
us last week that he's taking his daughter out to college.
Right. Yep.
Dr. Felix Cabrera was on holiday. He went back up to Saipan where he's from.
Yeah.
He's coming on the show later on because now he's back in the 671 from the 670. What other government leaders have finally taken? We asked Mr. Byrne when he was
Dave
on.
De La Sola is on leave.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. He went back to the States. I believe they were doing a ceremony for his father.
To bury his father at
Arlington. Right.
Yeah. And we're actually going to try and get some of that because his father is being now properly buried with full military honors.
Right.
And from what we understand, his father was a distinguished serviceman.
Who else is there? I think Jermaine Alert has been on leave since last year. Is there anyone else? No.
Well, Lillian Posadas was the first one to go.
Right.
Like,
She,
on
yeah,
leave.
she went to Taiwan.
Yeah, but I mean, and she absolutely deserved it.
Right. And that's what you're starting to see now, right, Sabrina, is when you were heading out of the airport, a lot of people going back there, right?
Oh gosh, it was crowded. It was I was surprised. It was a big difference from when I left in April. It wasn't that crowded. It took me a long. I was getting nervous, like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna miss my flight. This is a lot of people, and it was all the way back towards when you enter into the airport. So I think in the video, I said it took me almost like an hour and a half, maybe even almost 2 hours.
Yeah, I messaged Bria and I was
just
like,
to get through.
I was like, what row are you? And she goes, I'm in 49. I was like, wow, that's pretty far back. And,
Yeah.
Oh, wait,
That's
how
the
many?
nosebleeds.
How
That's
many?
the nosebleeds of the airplane.
Yeah, how many spaces between you and
They don't
your,
have social
and your neighbor,
distance,
Bri?
bro.
There is no
Nothing. Yeah.
space.
Oh, okay,
All
so
the
you can
seats
sit
were
sit
full.
right next to somebody.
Yeah, you could.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I had like 2 masks on. I was good to go, and I'm fully vaccinated.
Okay.
I'm very careful. Wiped everything down, got my alcohol spray.
I got a
Getting
question
the
for you
plane
guys.
smelling like eucalyptus.
I got a question for you guys.
That's better than socks.
When you guys have taken trips, or all
You
four
ever
of
get in
us-
a plane and somebody smells like
yeah.
socks?
When you guys have taken
Not
flights
clean
before,
socks either.
when you guys have taken flights before,
Yeah.
have you guys been next to crying baby?
Yeah, of
I've
course.
done that twice.
Yeah.
Have you guys been
I've
next
had
to
a crying baby.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was
God.
that
definitely.
person.
Yeah.
Have you guys been next to rather overweight, smelly guy? That's happened to me once.
Yep. Have you ever been next to a talkative person?
That's actually me.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
talking to
Oh
person.
God, I would just jump out the window if I had to sit next to you on the plane. No offense, bro. Love you. You're my friend. But I really would.
Well, when we went to New York, Sabrina and I and Marie, the boss, we got actually upgraded to first class.
You dig.
I was like, "Hey guys, look at all the movies and everything." Like that. Sabrina and Marie are already like, "Dude, the champagne."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Hey, dude, they got aliens. They got like Ninja Turtles and like you can watch." And they're like, "Dude, the champagne."
Jason's the type of person you could never tell a secret to. I swear.
Yeah, you don't say. All right. Yeah, so it was a good experience.
Have you guys ever been-
Wait, hold on, because where else do you not have to social distance? I know Sabrina doesn't want to talk about this because she entered the sweepstakes contest. So.
Wait, are you registered already,
I
Brie?
haven't yet.
Oh, you haven't? Okay,
no,
so
I
we can.
haven't yet.
so we can talk about-
I did the United sweepstakes
Right, yeah.
contest.
Bree, I don't know if you know this, but Chris is properly registered for the Vax to Win, but Maria actually did it.
Uh-huh.
He didn't.
Yeah.
He's registered, but he did not do it. Maria did it for him.
And there was a little confusion because yesterday
Yeah,
morning.
I haven't. I'm gonna do it probably today. Just trying to find the time.
Did you hear Jason yesterday? His noble statement that he is not going to register to win in the Vax and Win contest.
No, I didn't hear it, but we had a conversation before the show this morning.
Yeah,
Right,
and I was like,
yeah.
"Are you going
And
to
he
do
was
it?"
telling me.
Yeah, and I was like, mathematically, because I mean, then I truly believe this, and some people disagree, which is completely fine. But there are people in the community who need it more than I do. I could certainly use the money or the car, but there are people out there that are, I'm very, very fortunate. Like we here did not get our hours cut, or we didn't get income reduced and everything like that. And for that, I'm incredibly appreciative. And probabilistically, I hurt other people's chances if I just enter just for the sake of entering. But I think everybody should enter that. But Maggie had a really good comment yesterday. Oh, by the way, Bree, you missed it. Maggie Monroe Anderson, she's now a Top fan, and she was super stoked yesterday.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thanks for listening, watching, streaming, Maggie.
Debbie Davis comments and try 3 crying babies and on planes for over 20 hours.
Oy.
Right. If you guys, are annoyed by hearing crying babies on the airplane, just take a second and put yourself in the parents' shoes, because they're probably even more annoyed. They actually got to hold the thing.
Hold the thing. Oh, have you guys ever sat next to a Karen?
No, and it's
Karen?
really hard, especially if you're traveling alone and you have, a baby in the, you're holding your baby in the chair when you need the bathroom,
Right.
You just hold it. It's really difficult.
Bree, how old was Brock when you took him on his first trip? He was still an infant, right, when you took him out?
Yeah, I think he was like 6-7 months.
Wow.
When we went to go see my parents in Oklahoma.
It's crazy.
And that was, that's a long flight. And we went.
And Debbie actually asked, and by the way, like as Chris read, try 3 crying babies and on planes for over 20 hours. He goes, by the way, guys, they were my kids.
Yeah, I know. You think the people hearing the baby crying feel bad.
Oh, man, if I even tried that when my family went on vacation, if I was making noise, my dad would be like, you want something to really cry about?
You want me to give you something to cry about?
Yeah, you want to get spanked in front of all these nice people on the plane?
Hey, Bree, so you went from Guam to Hawaii, then Hawaii to what?
To Denver.
Okay.
Oh, Denver. Okay.
Wow. So
I got a funny side story real quick.
Do they serve snacks and all that? What's the deal? Because I want to try and go on a trip this year, but I'm only going to go if they serve food on the plane. I want to make my money's worth.
Hawaii to Denver, it's just snacks. But if you're, I guess it depends on if you're first class or economy plus or economy. I was just economy, and they gave you snacks. But when I got on the plane, they were talking about, they started this new thing where you could actually buy the next level snack packs, but you had to download the app and you had to make sure there was a payment record of payment or something like that. And I just didn't have time to do all that when I was on the plane before you take off. I tried to, but then there was an issue with my Mileage Plus account and saying that, you're already registered on another one, you have another account. It was just a headache. So I said, forget it. I'll figure it out on my way back. But I'm going through Japan on my way back. So when you go through Japan, they serve you meals.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you had a good trip, Sabrina. And I think that's kind of the trend. I mean, what do you guys feel, though? Do you feel more people are flying out or more people are coming back?
I would say both, maybe. I'll find out on my way back, but I think it's summertime. People are coming here, visiting their family, especially if they're fully vaccinated and they don't have to do, the 14-day quarantine based on whether or not that they have that letter of verification, right, or of vaccination.
I just want to say, though, I'm doing my part to help the UOG call center. Because I don't know if you get the same thing, Bree, but a lot of people think I work for public health. I get the most messages.
I can't even imagine.
Every single day from just my friends, and even my friends giving out my number. They think it's funny. And I get these hey, so-and-so gave me your number, but can I ask you a question? So if you're a 14-year-old and you're fully vaccinated arriving into Guam and you got a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old and the parents are fully vaccinated, but they were vaccinated on a Tuesday, do we still have to do quarantine?
Yep.
Who? Yesterday, I got someone really curved me because or it just threw me for a loop because they were saying there's a website that you have to register for in order for them to know that you're vaccinated. Yeah, and it was you ever someone ask you a question that's so off that it makes you doubt your own sanity? You know what I mean? Wait, is there a website? And they were, but it's only because the government has been so inconsistent. Because if you remember when they came out with this if you're fully vaccinated, you get to skip quarantine. There was an email. They were telling people to send something to an email of public health. Remember that, Bree?
Right. That was the vaccination verification.
Right, yeah. And then it turned
Yeah.
out that they're actually already entered on the WebIZ or whatever. And so this person had got stuck in their head that they had to email some email. And they're like, no, there was an email. You have to email the email. And then when they read your email, they email you back from that email. And I was like, no, I don't think so.
I got a story, guys. Since Bree was mentioning that she passed through Denver, Bree, my sister is in Denver. You know, my sister lives in Anaheim with my brother-in-law,
Right,
but she works in event management for sports, right? So she went up to Denver and she sent me some pictures because they're prepping for the beginning of the coming NFL season. So she's over at Empower Stadium at Mile High, right? And she said that part of what she does in human resources is they're trying to rehire like all the people that would normally like work at the games and everything like that. So they're hiring, probably 8,000 people trying to get them back. They can't get people to apply for the same jobs already.
Wow.
They're paying people $30 an hour to pick up trash at the stadium. And these are like, you're not putting your hand in a septic tank. These are, like Snickers wrappers.
Oh,
and,
man. See you guys. Nice knowing you.
No, but
nice knowing
nobody,
you guys.
but nobody's applying.
Oh, well, yeah. Nice knowing you guys.
Yeah.
Me and Joe, sir, looks like we're eloping.
But I think it might have something to do with that problem that Dave Della Sola was saying with, like.
What do you think, sir? Runaway never returned.
$30 an hour to pick
Dude.
up trash. And people aren't applying because apparently they're siphoning the pua.
Well, yeah. No.
Or they
Honest,
just don't want to pick up
have you
trash.
guys been getting these messages, or do you see it on social media where it seems like local businesses are really desperate to hire people? Are you guys seeing this? You hearing about this? Just because everyone's on the PUA. Like, I remember when we were shooting at, we did a shoot at a local restaurant, and they were saying that all their staff is making so much overtime because they can't find anybody who wants to work. And then I got this WhatsApp yesterday, was from Ron's Diner, and they're looking for a few people. And so I don't know. I mean, is it true or is it not true? People are saying that they can't get any able-bodied people to go work the 9 to 5 because they're on that PUA. And when you're on that PUA, it's hard to get off.
Just a Guam problem. I think that's kind of like
Yeah,
what they're dealing with across the
You're
country.
right, Bree, because a friend of mine just came back from California, and he was telling me that in California, when you eat out, because it's kind of like open already, all you see are signs of like staff wanted. Like every place is just trying to get
Yeah.
But
people
that's how
hired.
my sister was blown away, and she sent me, like pictures of the thing, and she goes, "Dude, we cannot get people to even come out and go through, the interview process at $30 an hour."
Crazy.
But and I've heard and seen stories where people are saying that it's not just people just not coming back to work. It's also brought to light a wage issue where
Right.
you're getting more money
That's the real
to be
issue.
unemployed.
Yeah,
But
and remember, our senators, in their wisdom, and our governor compassionately acted on behalf of the businesses and delayed the minimum wage increase. Which it is what it is. But you're right, Sabrina. A lot of these jobs, because the PUA is not—it's not like it's 25 cents over minimum wage. It's substantially over the minimum wage amount.
But Dave Della Sola, who is known for his wonderful temperament and everything like that, the past few times he's come on this very show has gotten more and more emotional. He's telling people, he's like, the feast is going to run out very, very soon, and you don't want to be one of those people stuck in line trying to get a job when 10,000 other people are online. And when you do, don't come crying to me.
Right, but at the same time, he's saying that, but they're not making people go out and look for jobs. I mean, I get it, right? You're
Right.
making more on the PUA.
The job requirement, I think, is supposed to be July.
It's supposed to be July, but I mean, God, just to play Grinch here, is there any reason why they wouldn't be able to go out and look for a job now? No, we're so
of
wide
course
open, totally wide open. But I think it's a political thing. I think the governor wins if she just lets people stay home and make money, like the government employees did during the lockdown. I see a trend here. No, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's really no harm, no foul, because it's not our money. It's the federal money. And if our people are going to sit here on this federal tit and just milk all the money out, that doesn't really hurt us. But it's hurting the businesses, I guess, because they don't have workers.
Are you seeing that same trend you were talking about, like, really trying to hire people? Are the hotels going through that too? Because, I mean, they're they're making a lot of calls. I know that they're trying to get everybody back to prepare for.
Right, but I don't think they're trying to get like their 100% full staff
Oh,
back.
sure, yeah.
Because I mean, I don't know. There's we had Carl, Uncle
Yeah.
Carl on yesterday
I was just about to say
about tourism, right? So what
Yeah.
did he say? Like, where are we?
He was saying that based on what is going on right now and some of the strategies that they're now starting to execute on, because then again, yesterday we're not in that position where things change day to day and we have to make plans and then cancel them and everything. They're really eyeing Korea, I believe, to be
Right.
one of the first, if not the first market to really open up and say,
He mentioned Jeju, like there's a flight from
Jeju
Jeju
Air, yeah.
Airlines that's going to come in, right?
Yeah.
Right, so I guess we're just like right there, guys. Hey, I wanted to also just commend the Guam Police Department for capturing that murder suspect yesterday, and thank the community. I was talking to one of my friends on the force, and it was a community call that led them to that area where they were able to apprehend that suspect. Of course, Sabrina has more on that in the news, which is coming up. Good morning to our Facebook Live viewers. Debbie Davis comments in, people are not wanting to work since getting free money from the government. Stay home. Make money. There's jobs out there. My 18-year-old grandson got his first big job making $13 an hour to start. Wow.
What was your guy's first job?
Jobs are there. People have just gotten lazy. Aaron Redoble comments in, people under PUA status laid off should submit 3 job applications before qualifying for the program.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, Bree, what was your first job?
UPS, working in the mailroom,
Wow.
and then counting boxes. Well, all these guys are like pulling the boxes off of the truck. I was just holding my counter, like 1, 2,
The old
3.
the old school ticker?
The old school ticket.
Wow. What can Brown do for you? What about you? What was your first job?
It was the greatest job, I tell you.
Okay, my first job was I worked for Morale, Welfare, and Recreation as a recreation aide at the MWR Youth Center.
Down at Big Navy?
No.
Oh.
You ready?
Hmm.
Over here at TIJA, when it was Naval Air Station.
Ah.
Yeah, that's how. Then I've also delivered newspaper, which sucks. Don't ever do that.
Hey, I used to deliver Guam Tribune for like
I
a
worked
summer,
at
but-
Popeyes.
You worked at nice.
I worked at Popeyes at Gibson's. Man, and I would get so much because at the end of the night, if there's leftover food, then all the employees get to take it home. So guess what? Around 9 o'clock, we're like, "Hey, throw another load of chicken in the fryer. I think it's gonna get busy here."
Let me get some of that gravy.
Right? We'd be eating like Popeyes, red beans and rice, dirty rice at midnight at my house.
My first job was I worked at before Athlete's Foot, there was Foot Locker.
Yeah.
So I sold shoes.
Nice.
I sold athletic shoes. So there were people that would come in and like the basketball players, from the old days, like the Bud Kings and the
Oh, wow.
Ace Hardware Aces and everything like
Wow.
that. That's how I got to know like Danny Cepeda and Curtis Hellier,
Right.
Seymour Payne, like all those guys and everything. They come in and be, hey, and like it was a really really fun job. And then
Foot Locker,
I worked
that's taking it
Blo-
back.
I worked at Blockbuster, which was an amazing job. How about you, Joser? Joser's had like 9,000 jobs like
Right.
in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
But what was your very first job, Joe?
Production assistant at a radio station.
Yeah. Wow.
Production
So
assistant for
he
radio.
started in the media. Production assistant at a radio station. That means he got people coffee.
Oh, I was taking a request.
Right.
prepping
So
up
wow, that must have been
Wow.
so you answered the phone for the DJ and you took the request? Wow.
line up songs.
Wow, that's a cool job.
Yeah. That's a lucky DJ right there. Because when I was growing up, we had to do it all ourselves.
And you said actually when people called this show like to try and get on, it's like, who'd you say was freaking out that one time?
Yeah, they freak out. They
Dr.
call.
Vince
they're-
Akimoto, right?
Yeah,
He's
they're like
oh.
talking, and I'm like, yeah, and they're like, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, well, who else is it gonna be?
Yeah, so somebody calls up because they're really, really pissed off about like what's going on in the world, and then all of a sudden Chris is like KUM.
I thought I had as an assistant to answer the phone and polish my nails while I'm talking on the radio. Dave MB. Nope. All right, we're getting the look from Sabrina. Well, let's do news look. Let's go 6:47.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries, Bree.
Oh, but by the way, and Bree, there's a lot of the members of the Ling fam who are sending their heartfelt thoughts and well wishes to your family out there in Vegas.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thanks,
you know what?
everybody.
Can we get your brother on the show? I mean, we've had him so many times in comments. Can we get Pat to join like the Zoom room one of these days?
Yeah, of course we can.
That'd be fun.
He's teleworking too. So.
Right, yeah. Thank you. So Pat is your
In another
brother
room.
who gives me the Trader Joe's.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it should be he gives us, and yet somehow you seem to hoard it. I've never understood that.
I'm looking out for you. You don't need to be eating that kind of stuff, Jay.
Oh no, thanks.
Yeah. Facebook Live, who we got here, Jay? Is there anybody going on? What's going on? Ben and Lujan Duenas, good morning. First one in. Sherry Ann Christian Tilimwar, I just woke up. Good morning, y'all. Well, thank you.
Also, we have a shout out coming all the way from Melbourne in Florida.
Wow.
I didn't even know there was a Melbourne, Florida. I was like, oh, from Australia. Oh, Florida, nice.
Rosemary Laguatnia, good morning, team. Sherry Ann Christian Tilimwar writes, I'm going to go to the store, bye. Okay, get us a Mr. Brown.
Yeah, Bree likes the Mr. Brown, the one in the blue can.
Yeah, I don't like the fancy, like the whatever.
No, I
the
like the
cappuccino.
macadamia nut, Jason.
Oh,
the
yeah,
macadamia. Okay.
right, yeah, you should know that because Bree's like all of her creamer, it's so diabetes. It is. She has like almond roca creamer, almond joy creamer, Baby Ruth creamer, Snickers creamer.
Wow.
Oh boy, I even look at that stuff and I feel like I got to go to dialysis. Ken Paulino, good morning, be safe. Michelle Mendiola, half a day. Adita Taimantnyao, good morning, Serena, Chris, Jason, KUM, and good morning, Guam.
Buenas.
Right on. Thank you guys for watching on Facebook Live. Remember, we're going on KUM TV at 8 o'clock in the morning. Angel Pete, Quintanilla Castro, good morning, familia and KUM News. Mananasi Zeus. All have a good day. Be safe. Nestor Quintanilla, half a day. KUM News, Jason, Chris, Sabrina.
Hey, Nestor.
Joe, sir.
Yeah, it's been a while, but we actually featured his daughter on Local Music Mashup a couple weeks ago.
That's right.
We have one of her first tracks.
M. Kami Micah comments in here. Good morning, KUAM. Well, good morning to you, Guam and beyond. At 6:49 Tuesday, June 8th.
God bless us, everyone. It's not even Christmas yet.
All right. At 6:49 now from the KUAM News team with the very latest, all the way live from Las Vegas, Nevada.
It's Wayne Newton.
We need a slingshot, or not slingshot. God, I'm thinking about that guy yesterday.
No
The slingshot. What do you call the thing, the money that you pull the handle? Jack, what?
Pachinko?
Slot machine.
Slot machine.
We need a slot machine sound.
Bree needs to read the news with either Wayne Newton or Celine Dion or Britney Spears or one of those. Find somebody on the strip.
Elton John.
Maybe we'll do a link on location from the strip or something.
Yeah, we should.
Nice.
Yeah. How's it, Bree? Is it like packed over there? It's wide open, right, or what?
I haven't been to the strip.
Right. You're kind of busy, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, but I don't really go to the strip a lot because I come here a lot. So.
See,
you're used to it.
That's a difference. Joe Sir has been saying like we need to do a link on location from the strip joint, but that's a completely different topic.
All right. On that note, let's go ahead and get into the news again. Good morning, Sabrina Salas Mantonani from the KUAM News team.
Off it, everybody. We head straight to the news studio for the latest from Isaiah again.
Hafide Zantito CNMI, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan, and here's what's making news on Guam. He was at large for almost 24 hours and now he is captured. 27-year-old John Richard Bass III was arrested in Jigo Monday afternoon for the fatal stabbing of 39-year-old Virginia Laguatnia.
Handcuffed and escorted into the Guam Police Department headquarters in Tizan, 27-year-old John Richard Bass III was apprehended around 12:30 p.m. Monday, June 7th. He is accused of fatally stabbing 39-year-old Virginia Rose Paredo Laguatnia in a Hotel Mayana room in Tamuning. After responding to the incident Sunday afternoon, GPD launched a death investigation. As we reported, Laguatnia sustained multiple lacerations and was transported to Guam Memorial Hospital, where she succumbed to her injuries. GPD also reported that a 19-year-old female victim was transported to Guam Regional Medical City for treatment and care. Bass has a criminal history dating back to 2016 and was previously charged with reckless driving, eluding a police officer, driving under the influence, leaving the scene of an accident with property damage, resisting arrest, and assault on a police officer. He also had multiple warrants of arrest. His arrest record lists Laguatnia as his girlfriend. KUAM also found what now appears to be a fake online obituary stating Bass died in October 2020. We are still waiting for more details from GPD on what led to Sunday's fatal stabbing.
The Guam Visitors Bureau says Korea is ramping up vaccinations for its population and has also lifted quarantine for returning residents who are fully vaccinated. The developments are expected to pave the way for international travel by Korean tourists. GVB is looking to cash in on the pent-up demand, but President Carl Gutierrez says they're still waiting on vaccination program approval from public health.
Korea seems to be the ones we're looking at right now to start flying in vaccinated tourists, because they want to come here, and we're trying to set the protocol of how to accept and validate those vaccinations. But they're ready to come, and Jeju Air and others are already planning to start sending their planes in loaded with vaccinated tourists from Korea.
GVB has said they expect the Korean arrivals to begin in August. Stay informed 24/7 by checking out KUM.com or downloading the KUM News app, available for iOS or Android. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
The Joint Information Center reports 6 new cases of COVID-19 were identified out of 799 tests performed Friday, June 4th through Sunday, June 6th. One case was identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,210 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam since March of last year. There have been 139 deaths, 59 cases are still active, and there have been 8,012 recoveries. The CAR score is 0.6. As for vaccinations, a total of 84,367 island residents have been fully immunized. As well, on Sunday, Public Health received its shipment of Johnson & Johnson vaccine. A total of 8,400 doses were received as part of Guam's June allocation. For nearly 3 years of not being accredited, the Guam Memorial Hospital is pursuing the process of accreditation through the Center for Improvement in Healthcare Quality. Once again, here's Isaiah Uggan.
According to a news release, the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority lost its accreditation in 2018. However, the new GMHA administration made a commitment to regaining accreditation and will continue to provide the people of our island the health care they deserve. Through the hard work of their staff, infrastructure investments, recruitment efforts, and other resource devotion, GMHA is ready to move forward with applying for accreditation once more. Being accredited is an additional stamp of approval, meaning that the hospital meets federal standards for health care. Currently, they are certified by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. There were 3 main accrediting contenders evaluated as part of the GMHA process: DNV, the Joint Commission, and the Center for Improvement in Healthcare Quality. CIHQ's accreditation most closely resembles and aligns with the standard and conditions of participation of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. GMHA is excited and confident in the accrediting organization it has chosen, CIHQ, as it has been granted by HHS the maximum deeming authority, length of 6 years. In an interview with KUAM News, Danielle McLutnia, the Administrator of Quality, Patient Safety, and Regulatory Compliance of GMHA, explains the importance of getting accredited.
So accreditation is a voluntary step. The hospital does not have to achieve accreditation. However, we would like to do this to show our community, prove to them on top of the CMS certification that we give great care here at the hospital. We do meet standard of care, and we work really hard for them and for their health.
She adds that they are working to turn in the application to CIHQ by March of next year. Sometime within 4 months of the application being submitted, GMHA expects their first survey. The survey occurs within 5 business days. GMHA was previously accredited by the Joint Commission, but that accrediting organization continues to deal with issues as it relates to CMS compliance and deeming authority. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Uggan.
Thanks, Isaiah. The White House has launched a nationwide blitz to get unvaccinated Americans to sign up for a shot. It's all part of President Biden's push to get 70% of all American adults to have at least 1 dose of the vaccine by the 4th of July. Natalie Brand has more.
As part of the June vaccination blitz, the White House helped organize more than 2,000 events over the weekend, most aimed at underserved communities. First Lady Jill Biden and Dr. Anthony Fauci visited an historic church in Harlem Sunday as it hosted a vaccination clinic.
People in this community trust this church. and trust the people in the church. And that's how we're going to do it, through the faith communities, to reach out to their congregation, their flocks, and say, come forward and be healthy.
While more than 60% of all American adults have received at least one dose of the vaccine, vaccination rates are still lagging in some communities of color.
We're going to end this outbreak for absolutely certain. Yes. And the vehicle to ending it is vaccination.
The number of daily shots continues to drop, especially in the South, where vaccination rates lag behind the rest of the country. While the administration remains laser focused on vaccinations, it's also renewing efforts to re-examine the origins of the virus, asking the intelligence community to report back in coming months.
I think we made a mistake earlier on in many people, many officials dismissed this possibility.
Former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice told Face the Nation the U.S. was too quick to dismiss the possibility that the virus leaked out of a lab in Wuhan, China.
Some of the evidence was right in front of our faces. We know that there were State Department diplomats who inspected, so to speak, that laboratory and came back and said that the safety practices were substandard.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken said this weekend the U.S. will hold China accountable on the virus's origins. Natalie Brandt, CBS News, the White House.
Meanwhile, here at home, with the recent announcement made by the governor of the Vax to Win incentive program, KUAM News made our way to a COVID-19 vaccination outreach in Barrigada to see if it enticed island residents to join the vaccination.
71-year-old Carmelita Serrano, who is a Harmon resident, said her daughter scheduled an appointment with her grandson to receive dose 1 of the Pfizer vaccine. She says she hopes to win something after getting immunized.
I hope I win.
Serrano encourages island residents to get vaccinated.
Oh, well, they should vaccine so they're not going to get sick. They're going to get the COVID.
Meanwhile, 16-year-old Andrew Wang of Barrigada also received his first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. The sophomore student said he got vaccinated because his peers influenced him to do so.
I just, school pressure, the peer pressure, they all take it.
The Department of Public Health and Social Services, in collaboration with DISID Guam, held a COVID-19 vaccination outreach at the Barrigada Mayor's Office. DPHS's Public Information Officer Janela Carrera said the clinic operated well and the department plans to hold another vaccination outreach.
And we had services with ASL, with the visually impaired, and it was also open to the general public, so no one was turned away. And I think it turned out pretty successful. So we're already talking about the possibility of coming back here in about 3 to 4 weeks so that we can accommodate those that would be due for dose 2. And also because, this is sort of not a pilot, but sort of our first test run for the disabilities community, and they're kind of hearing about it. I think it kind of just opens up that door and generates that interest within that community, and I think they want to come back. They're more interested now, and I think coming back here in that 3 to 4 week time frame gives them that second opportunity to come here and get their vaccines.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Wahusi Isaiah Agan.
Come here and get their vaccines.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Wahusi Isaiah Agan.
Recently proposed rule by the National Marine Fisheries Service seeks to designate coral critical habitats. Now, this may sound fascinating for those who seek to protect natural resources, but there's much more to it.
The island's lawmakers and the Guam Department of Agriculture submitted comments in response to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, National Marine Fisheries Service, NIMS, proposed rule to designate coral critical habitat around all of Guam's territorial waters. Critical habitat was created by Congress to protect identified endangered species. However, as DOAG Director Chelsea Munya-Brett explains, NIMS didn't predict coral would end up on that list.
15 of those species were actually listed. 7 of them were found in American Samoa's waters, Guam's waters, and Sinamai's waters.
Altogether, the 7 only make up 2% of the worldwide endangered species population, and only 3 endangered species are found in Guam's waters. NIMS was later sued by a larger nonprofit organization for failing to designate critical coral habitats. Brett explained that as a result of that lawsuit, they kind of, quote, jumped the gun on doing it for Guam, the Sinamai, and America Samoa.
They said all of the military jurisdictions are excluded or exempted from this designation, and everywhere else was painted in purple.
Meaning all of Guam's territorial waters outside of Navy and Andersen Air Force Base would be considered coral critical habitat. This means that any federal agency or federally funded project that would be working in an area deemed as critical coral habitat would be required to go through a permitting process through NIMS. Additionally, when NIMS designated these coral habitats, they didn't consult any of the state agencies.
It took all of us by surprise. They announced it during one of our Westpac fisheries meetings. And they posted or published the notice in the Federal Register like the day after Thanksgiving, when most people are on vacation. They weren't even going to have public hearings, and it was only when we requested that they do that they had 2 virtual public hearings, one for Guam and Sinamai, and then one for American Samoa.
Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, senators, and the DOAG each called out NIMS for using what they termed, quote, not the best available science in proposing the designation. With respect to Guam, NIMS used 1 or 2 personal communications as part of their facts for establishing critical habitat.
A researcher saying that he was doing coral monitoring and he thought he might have seen these coral out in Guam's waters. But then he said he wasn't completely sure because they look like a lot of other coral.
There are over 400 species of coral in Guam's waters, many of which look extremely similar, and the only way to differentiate is by genetic testing. NIMS, however, did not genetically test any of Guam's coral. Guam, Sinamai, and America Samoa are now awaiting the final decision from NOAA NIMS. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
And here's a look at our new series that airs every Monday, highlighting some of the island's businesses who are Guam Safe certified by the Guam Visitors Bureau and have the World Travel and Tourism Council Safe Travels stamp.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travels Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau. Guam Safe Certified is the official local designation which identifies establishments that have the utmost compliance, care, and pride in following government health and safety guidelines. The World Travel and Tourism Council created the world's first ever global safety and hygiene stamp. The specially designed Safe Travel stamp enables travelers to recognize destinations around the world that have adopted health and hygiene global standardized protocols. Overseeing the implementation of these protocols on island is the Guam Visitors Bureau. Atkins Kroll Inc. Business Development Director Ernie Galito explains why it was important to follow safety protocols, not only for customers, but for their employees.
Our business doesn't run by itself. It runs on the integrity and the safety of our employees. So we want to make sure that our employees have a safe work environment. So our customers are important too, because we can't run a business without our customers. We want to make sure they feel very safe and confident that we've taken all the measures to become safe for their shopping pleasure. It's important for us to become safety protocol with the WTTC as well as with GVB, because we support the restart of tourism, and we want to make sure our tourists know that we've taken all the precautions for their safety when they come to visit us here on Guam. We want to show that it's not only the tourism corridor that takes safety measures, but every place where customers go or tourists go or residents go, they're going to feel safe. And that's why we support this endeavor.
And to ensure the safety, AK is taking the necessary steps.
We've taken our cues from CDC as well as other safety organizations, including DPHSS, to make sure that we follow all the safety protocols. For example, we make sure that people have ample places for them to sanitize themselves. we've taken great steps in sanitizing all the public surfaces where customers and employees may touch. So we're taking those protocols to make sure that everybody's safe regarding our environs here and also our test drives in our cars.
Galito, like many businesses, are looking forward to the island getting back on its feet.
We're very excited that the opening of tourism is going to come soon. A lot of our residents, of course, many of our customers who lost their jobs due to the shutdown of tourism during COVID, we're excited that they'll be able to come back to Guam, come back to work, and it's good for Guam and it's good for everybody. So we're excited that the hotel industry will be back on its feet again, and we're looking forward to welcoming many tourists to come to our island.
For complete lists of Guam Safe Certified and WTTC Safe Travel Certified businesses, or if you would like to know more on how to receive such certification, you can log on to visitguam.com now. Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
And with your news in Chamorro, here is Ken Conception.
Buenos Noches to get something to know tomorrow in the KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Después na sige maligaw dan kapag di polisiya magatal sutumus si John Richard Bass III, 27 anos na edad, gitzazigo. Maliligaw si Bass pero di finay Virginia Laguanya, 39 anos na edad, gidya 6 Hunyo. Gitaluan ng Domingo na respondi GPD por insidente gi Mayana Hotel gizatamuning. Sa insigidas matutun investigasyon finay matutun at sinudang giyas Laguanya. Sa makonni insigidas Paraguay Memorial na Hospital, mapronunsya na matay gidispues. Makonni kung todo 19 anos na Palawan ni biktima lokwe guati Guam Regional Medical City para maamti sa para ma-attendi. Gimas artikulo, San Molig respondo gi promotion Vax to Win no inanunsya ni gobyerno gimapos na semana. Gitaluan ng Lunes kana 21 min na taw-taw gi. No esta man mabakuna sa malihestra siya para tsansa para magana des $1,000 pat nuevo na kareta. Isa na Communications Director gobyerno si Crystal Paco San Agustin ay explica na finena na inagang hodi man mangana sa paredya 16 ki Hunyo. Ilingan na kada Merkules gila 7:21 gi egaan para managwahan niya si Facebook Live gi plego ni gobyerno para mahalay naan humana siguro dadyo na para maagang hudong hodi siya mangana. Dasinya maninagang ni gobyerno para segundo gobyerno para manunsya na siya mangana. Ilingan mas na na maadzik na oras at sumilong dyan ni 21 gi Hulyo ni Dian Liber para ma-accomplish di herd immunity gi 96 na tao naman mabakuna esta. Para undi extra para este na promotion ano para visitguam.com/vax inalanninaan ni mangana siya kada Merkules sa para ma-stream loki gi KUM na programa the link. Di mas ilingay Guam Visitors Bureau na matsatsunig no Korea. Mas ibinakun ng COVID-19 para itaw niya. Zaman na suwa sa reglamenteng kunarentina para itaw niya ni man mapatutati gitano niya. Kumuesta man mabakuna kabales. Este siya na inano sa mananagano at satsalaw ni Monay tourist kin Korea. Profang paseo paroto siya na lugar gi imundo. Maatan ni GVB para doon na demandang Korea ni Profang paseo. No ilingay Presidente Carl Guterres na mananangay na prebang binakuna na programa winigin ni Public Health. Ilingay na maatan ni Korean siya na tourist. No esta man mabakuna para matutuhon man matumagi gwini sa Zumalago niya. Magkakeman na kabale siya reglamento ni taymano ma-accepta dyan ma-preba dyan siya na binakuna. Do esta man listo para fan matu. Dya Jeju Air dyan oto siya. Sa esta maplanen niya para matutuhon manafan matumagi bat kunairi. No kakaga esti siya na tourist ganing Korea. Ilingay GVB na mananang gano matutuhon sa matu.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall.
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
My whole family is fully vaccinated because we understand the importance of it. I've seen my daughter, her boyfriend, and friends endure COVID, and I've lost family members because of the virus. I chose to get vaccinated to protect those around me, and most importantly, because of my parents. I'm Jonah Goncharfres, KUAM Senior Producer, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Stay in your lane, 'cause we all have a different path. Don't worry, they all lead to the same place. Stay in your lane, no matter who's been weaving in and out. Going through the same but not the same things. Same but not the same. Going through the the same but not the same. Same but not the same. Going through the same but not the same. Always feeling misunderstood. Am I a have or a have not? Shoulda, coulda, but no judgments will hinder me. Up in my vision of positivity, I am who I am, there's no way that I'm changing that. If I go back on who I am, what does that leave me at? Struggle like you, but just on a different lane. So we gotta stay in your lane, cause we all have a different
Boomer.
path. Don't worry, they all
Creates the boomer. 717. Here's who's coming up on the show this morning. Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Medical Officer for Public Health. He's coming on. We got Sergeant Paul Tapau, Guam Police. Obviously, there's a lot there. Janella Carrera, Public Health. And Malou Scroggs, Division of Environmental Health Administrator. We'll also catch up with Tatuha Mayor Luis Rivera, all coming up right here on the link. Tuesday, June 8th. Miss the link, miss a lot. Sabrina Salas Matanani. There was a release that came down just a few minutes ago from the Guam Police Department, Bree?
Yeah, around 7 o'clock this morning, GPD issued a release relative to the arrest of John Richard Bass III. So they just issued the charges in the release: aggravated murder, aggravated assault, attempted murder, family violence, child abuse, reckless conduct, and possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. And of course, Bass was arrested yesterday for the murder of Virginia Laguatnia, the incident occurring at Hotel Mayana in Tumuning. So again, that was just the charges that he was arrested for. There was no motive. We never got any specific details, right?
Right.
On what exactly transpired.
When can we anticipate the magistrate coming down?
Well, if they picked him up, I think you have 48 hours to magistrate anyone that's busted, or arrested or charged. So that could happen today. So once that magistrate plane comes out, all the media is going to, read it and, put out the information. So that usually comes out in the afternoon.
Right, yeah.
Before the hearing.
So what we do know, what we've been able to just piece together is that the 19-year-old in the case is actually the daughter of the victim, right? And also coming up on the show, we're going to interview Beauty Camacho. She's been on the show a few different times for just a bunch of different things. I know we had her on the after party once, and then she was also doing
women entrepreneurship. Yeah, for women entrepreneurship and women starting businesses.
Right,
yeah, she's done that.
But she also happens to be the ex-girlfriend of this murder suspect, Richard Bass III. And she had some issues with this guy that involved the court system. And when reading some of the social media posts there's one specifically from the sister of the murder victim, Virginia Laguatnia, where she talks about her sister also having trouble with this guy. And we'll find out, was it a failure of the system? I mean, people are saying that on social media. We'll find out what Beauty thinks. She seems to think that she had definitely clued in law enforcement and the courts about what type of individual this man is. And she's very frustrated this morning. So we're getting her on later on in the show, 7:20. Yeah, it's tragic, just tragic all around, Bree.
Right. I was in Hawaii when I got the phone call about this. And of course, I lit up the chat, the news team chat, to see if anybody had heard. And lo and behold, Adriana was already en route to the scene.
Yeah.
And I heard some of the background as well about what had happened. But, at the time, we couldn't release the information because we hadn't confirmed anything. But you're right. The daughter, pray for her because of what she saw and what she went through,
Right.
and just the family in general. Just terrible.
I mean, very close. And you know, before the pandemic, when we would do events and you know, functions, music shows, our friend Matt LaGuardia, I mean, he's married to Virginia, and they have kids, and they would always come around to all of our different gigs. You know what I mean? It would be him and Virginia and the girls in tow, and they would come early. Matt would sing. I mean, anytime I needed a performer, Matt was just always there, and he always came with the family. And so just thinking about that, it's really can't wrap my mind around.
And even like when they were searching for him. When they were searching for him yesterday and got word that he was in the Jigo area and some of the different spots that he frequented. And, my son, he's always out playing. I had to call him and tell him, I don't want you going outside. I want you, to stay in the house and make sure all the doors are locked. Don't play. And he understood. And then when they caught him, I said, okay, you could go play outside with your cousins now.
Yeah, I had to make the same call because the kids were up in Jigo with their nana, and I called my boy Channing. I was like, hey, man, lock the door. And he's like, already, Dad. So I think they got it on the WhatsApp News Network.
News travels fast.
It does. At 7:23, Dr. Felix Cabrera is coming up next. Right here on The Link. Good morning.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception, seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
At any given moment, anyone can get infected with COVID. We've heard it many times over that it doesn't discriminate, that we're fighting an invisible enemy, we're all on the front lines, and I take that to heart. I wanted to do my part, not just for the community, but also for my family. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing COVID home and infecting my son. I also wanted to travel, be able to see my parents and my brothers who I haven't seen in over a year. Now I get it, we all have to make a choice, so whatever you decide, weigh the risks and do what you feel is right. I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Ekangok ega dan elza kifinut samoro giasuntun samoro kada dia gi KUAM News. Gatsa gi idaling na programa gi alas 8 gi egan gi esla tomorrow streaming radio peri KUAM News YouTube na channel para linabian ng fasilidad mizu. Malata fanita para mas informasyon mentresta diligencia y preciosa na kulturata entri sesultan na setbi kada dia y lengguahe natibo ni Itzamoro. Y asunto gi finut samoro sa ni napapatu dan pinalinunudzi ni familia mizu gi First Hawaiian Bank.
The mood is reggae. You see, you're all a temptation, a positive statement on what is good. Don't like the groove too fast. See me like it nice and slow. With a skanky little bassline that'll make you move your waistline. So show me, oh, you know, na 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 rock steady. Said, won't you rock steady? Oh, come on, rock steady. Oh, love, rock steady. Come on, na 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 rock steady. Said, won't you rock steady? Oh, please, oh, rock steady. Said, won't you rock steady?
7:29.
Come on, na 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 na, let's get on the dance.
What a beautiful day. You know, it's only sunny because Lana Nyletta, the weather service, came on yesterday and said it was going to rain all week. Well, I forget his exact words, but there was something about showers in there. 7:30 now, Pacific Points, IT&E, Jack in the Box, Cowboy Enterprises. Good morning. This is the link in the KUAM News Zoom room. By the way, this is Lovin' Off a Day. Sounding good on my headphones. Check that out. You know that local radio legend Andy Wheeler gifted me these headphones yesterday? That's so funny. Yeah.
On his birthday.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's just the kind of guy he is, I tell you.
Yeah.
If you guys didn't notice, I've been using these Rinky Dink. Can you say Rinky Dink still?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so I was using these Rinky Dink. Little like. Well, it was embarrassing. It was quite embarrassing. It was a radio guy. So Andy came by yesterday and said, hey, here you go, man. And he knows I really need a good pair of headphones so I could hear myself talk. Check. Right on. That's my buddy Andy. He's the Kyle Ripken of radio, Bree. Every day, come to play. 7:31 now. Also in the KUAM News Zoom room, Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Medical Officer for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Bree. Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Guam.
Doc, let's go ahead and start, because I know that you had gone to the CNMI, and I know a lot of people. I saw something on Twitter where somebody was like, not sure what's open in the States. CNMI trip. Right, because CNMI, if you're fully vaccinated and you got all your paperwork in order, you can actually take a trip for pleasure to the Northern Marianas Islands, which is a great destination. Right, Doc? You might be a little biased, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So back to the motherland. So what was, the last time I had been on Saipan was December of 2019, the early part of December 2019, and I had not been able to visit home in that amount of time, in about a year and a half now. And so, as soon as the CNMI announced that they were going to have these opportunities for quarantine exemption if you've been fully vaccinated, jumped right on the opportunity and said, I think it's time for me to finally take a break, through this pandemic. And so even though I was there, still be able to do some telework, which was great, but wasn't much. And so I did get a lot of time with family and friends. And so, but ultimately, it was a great experience actually going through the process. And I was extremely, extremely impressed by how organized the process was, and how well rehearsed they were and experienced in the process. And I'm happy to discuss more of that if you want more details.
Yeah, if you could just kind of walk us through what you went through when you landed in the CNMI, and what you did before your trip to prepare.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. The first thing when I read their algorithm, basically the flow chart, or the matrix as they referred to it, I initially read it correctly, that basically if you've been fully vaccinated and you have proof of that vaccine, which is again is similar to here in Guam, where they want to see that if you're, like, for example, if you're coming from Guam, you've been vaccinated on Guam, they want to see that WebIZ printout that proves that you've been vaccinated, in addition to your CDC vaccination card. And the thing is that all of this is done before you even travel. So they have a health declaration form that's online. You fill that out completely, and it's detailed, and and for good reason. And so they go through that, and then you can upload the image or the document of your that verifies your vaccination, and then they review it, and then basically you get an email saying it looks good, and then you travel. And then you're already in the system as you go there. You don't even have to physically. I actually physically had my the WebIZ printouts and the cards with me the whole time, just as and then nobody ever asked, because they already had a copy of it. But what happens is that you go there and you go through the process line, and then they shuttle you directly to Kanoa Resort, and then at that point everybody gets tested upon arrival, and not just and it's not an antigen test, the actual PCR test. So we check in, we all got swabbed, but then they give you a room. So because the test would take about 2 to 3 hours to come back. And so it was nice actually, after waiting in line for a long time through multiple lines, and then finally being able to get a break and just hang out in the room for 2-3 hours, and they fed us during that time, almost fed us twice even. And so but at 2.5 hours is when we got the call saying that all of you are negative, and you're welcome to check out at that point. And they still kept track of us using the SARA alert, so daily monitoring of symptoms. So either a text message or a call we would get to verify that we weren't having any symptoms. And then the last bit of this is that on day 5, you have to return to get retested. And so that was the key difference there. And so it was no big deal. And so that was a few days before we were going to leave anyway. So when they're swabbed again and got tested, and at that point they, you get your results via email, and saying basically that we were all negative again. And so it was a really easy experience, and it was great. would I say I read the Matrix correctly the first time. When I looked at it again, I misinterpreted it saying, "Oh, I think we have to home quarantine until the 5th day," but then that was not correct. And they do want to verify your residence and make sure that your home is adequate. But other than that, it's not a home quarantine during that process. And so it was great, and yeah, had a great time, and just came back in yesterday morning, and so it's been good. So I guess that brings me to what my experience was coming back to Guam. And so coming back to Guam, the health declaration form is one form, and it's a physical form. You fill it out, it's very quick and easy. And then after you arrive, before you get your bags, you go through public health screening process, and you present your information, and basically they review it, and then it was pretty straightforward at that point. And then after that, it is informed of that you're going to be a part of the SAR alert here, and that's it. And so it was nice and simple. They didn't have to look me up because I had a printout of my WebIZ, so that made it a little bit quicker.
How close is public health then to kind of digitize that whole verification form, that letter, so you're not walking around with a piece of paper?
Yeah, it's actually very close. And what happened was they had it all set up, but then when we added the need for the additional verification, they had to change the whole. They had to make an adjustment to the whole program to allow for the uploads of the document. So that's really what's been the one thing that slowed things down. But we should be close, and I'm not sure exactly the timeline for that, but it will be coming soon, because it's extremely important, because it makes things so much quicker.
Right. And so you say makes things quicker. When you came in, I don't know if it was just people from Saipan or the Saipan flight arriving, or if there were any other flights coming in when you did, and if there were, was there a long wait?
Yeah, so it was only the Saipan flight that was coming in, but it is a 737. But also, not everybody's disembarking on Guam. So those who were staying on Guam went through the process, and there's basically two lines: one for the regular public, and then the other for disabled or those with families with young kids. And I was one of the I fit into that category, so I went that way. So that was a little bit faster for sure. But it does take some time, so you have to be patient through that process. And again, it's for the opportunity and the benefit of being exempt from quarantine, which is the main goal. And I think that was that time waiting wasn't too bad compared to everything else that we've been through.
Right, Doc. Before we get into just some general travel tips in this COVID era, like I said, I saw on Twitter some people talking about, hey, NMI trips. So when you go to the NMI, what are, like, let's say the top 5 things to do when you visit the CNMI?
Top 5 things to do? Geez, where do you start? In no particular order, I would say that the beaches and are very beautiful, just as Guam, but the coral reef there's many parts that are still very much alive and very easy to snorkel, so that's great. Obzen Beach, for example, or is one of my favorites, and growing up. But other than that, the food, what people don't really realize is how rich the history is in the CNMI, particularly with Saipan, with Japanese culture. So when Japanese food on Saipan tastes very different than Japanese food here on Guam, for example, and it feels more like eating in Japan, and in particular with the sushi. So there's a lot of great restaurants that do that, and like Himawari or Naked Fish even, which is more of a contemporary. And so and disclosure, my sister and brother-in-law own Naked Fish, but it's a classic restaurant of great food. And so you just all of a sudden the flavor there is so different, and that's what I really enjoy about it. And when I go home, I try and eat everywhere.
Doc, that's crazy, because you're right. People don't. I mean, not just in the Japanese stuff, which is great, but I think Saipan restaurants. I mean, even Guam. No, you guys know I love Guam, but I feel like you always got to qualify when you talk good about Saipan. You're like, relax, Chamorro's on Guam. I still love you. But the restaurants in Saipan are killer. I mean, you just stroll Instagram from Caravan of Food to, you know, the Shack, and you're right, Naked Fish. They got this parrotfish nuggets thing there. Oh God.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah, and exactly. And then you have these fusion with like Casa Urashima, which is just great food, like Japanese and Spanish, or I guess Latin, like kind of mixed fusion, and it's great. And it's like somebody's former house that they turned into a restaurant, and so it feels still like a house in a lot of ways. And so yeah, you go to, you know, all these different restaurants, and you feel that flavor, and honestly, it's relatively affordable, all things considered, and so that's what's really great.
Okay, don't all go, guys, at once. Go ahead, Bree.
Well, I wanted to ask Doc, what it was like in Saipan in terms of, you know, they did a whole lot better, you know, than we did through this pandemic. So I'm just wondering what it was like. Was everybody wearing masks? I mean, what was the vibe there?
Well, I think one thing that we all have to be very clear and really appreciate is that the CNMI had more to lose with this pandemic, and particularly being because of the limited, even we talk about our limited resources here in Guam, and you know our access help and assistance. Imagine it, you know, on a scale that where it was even more difficult for them if there was a major surge into their hospitals. You know, how they'd be able to handle that, and you know, because of that, they were even more strict in terms of their quarantine process and so forth, and people taking the precautions seriously. But because of that, they have very little community spread, except for this one outbreak that happened, you know, a few months ago, that was very quickly contained. You have to go back like 200 days before that, since they had their last community spread. And so there you're essentially in a bubble that is COVID free. And so that being said, everybody feels more comfortable when we have gatherings. It was nice, and that, you know, I felt very comfortable not wearing a mask in family gatherings. And we did have one of my first cousins who I grew up with got married last week Sunday, and so with the reception, so it was nice to be around family, and it just felt so weird. I just have to say, just not wearing a mask and being around so many people and being comfortable hugging and kissing and you know family members, because everyone there has been vaccinated and in a bubble, and so that's what we can achieve here, you know, in short order. I think if more people go out and get vaccinated, and for crying out loud, you have a chance to win $10,000 a week or a car, and so. You know, that I think that's, you know, how much more incentive can you get, you know, to get vaccinated? So please, you know, everyone, please, because it's a tremendous feeling to be able to feel that free. I just have to say.
Well, okay, vaccine win then. How is it going? I think what I heard 19,000 yesterday had signed up.
Yeah, and so and then when you look at our overall vaccine efforts, you know, you're getting, you know, we're approaching, you know, we're getting towards 70,000. I'm sorry, 70% of all adults have been vaccinated fully, and so we're approaching that. We're short of that. It's like 68-ish% right now. So you know, we're really moving up there. So basically, definitely more than 2/3 of the adult population has been vaccinated. But we definitely more of the, you know, the big number, the one who's really going to make the difference are those who are between 12 and 29 years old. You know, they're the ones that are a big part of the chunk of the population, and they get out, they can get vaccinated, you know, and they can be part of winning, you know, these prizes as well. But the biggest prize is protecting yourself and protecting your family.
All right.
Yeah, but 10 grand on a new car is pretty cool too. Go ahead, Bree.
By the way, I won a car once, or this was a.
You did?
Yeah, in
Where
Saipan.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
The American Red Cross. This was back in like 2011, 2012.
Right.
And it was a Ford Fiesta. It wasn't even the grand prize. It was the second prize.
Wasn't even.
Well, anybody who's been to our...
What was the first prize? What was the grand prize?
I think the grand, $20,000 or $25,000 was the grand prize.
Yeah.
So of course the car is way less than, worth less than that, but it's great. And just to be, but see, I get to for life, I get to be able to say that that I want a car.
Yeah.
And so,
Well,
that's incredible.
anybody who's been to any of our company Christmas parties knows that I have the worst luck in raffles. Anyway, go ahead.
Before we continue with this interview, I just wanted to give an update because we just got something from the governor's office regarding the CDC's travel designation for Guam, and it has been lowered at what we were for. So now we're back to level 2. Right. So I don't have what exactly that means.
That's breaking news, guys. So yeah, we're level 4. We've been talking about this for the last few weeks, and now the CDC has lowered us to moderate risk level 2.
Right. So the governor's saying this complements a recently updated protocols that allow vaccinated travelers to enter our borders without quarantine. We also have a unique opportunity to share Guam's vaccination success with expatriates in the region, an initiative we expect to roll out shortly. Additionally, I've requested to increase Guam's vaccine supply to enable non-U.S. citizens to travel to Guam for their shots. Do you have any information on that, Doc, regarding this effort to get non-U.S. citizens vaccinated? Because, all we've heard about is the Airbnb, which is for expats to come here. So I didn't know there was an effort for non-U.S. citizens now.
Well, I'll first, address the fact that we have been dropped down into level 2. And that basically that's think about that. Think about that in the context of us opening up our quarantine process. Or quarantine exemption process, and having that, and that this was a time that we're extremely nervous, and we wanted to wait through two incubation periods, basically of what potentially could be a spread. So that's 28 days or so, and we're about 21 days right now. Since the change from May 15. And so the fact that we're getting even lower cases and we're testing more still and being able to do that says a lot, right? That says a tremendous amount. And so that our confidence in that our plan so far has been, working well, that the decisions we made are the right decisions thus far, and that we are practicing the least restrictive means possible. And so those are very, very important, things that to take note of and be very proud of. And then in that part, because we're doing this well, we had the opportunity to help people, because in the end, every shot that goes into a human being's arm protects more human beings. And so that's one of the key parts there. So there is a responsibility that we have that's beyond just the United States, and that's to other parts of the world. And if we can help get that vaccination, numbers up and in a quicker fashion, that protects us more. And so, we are as strong as our weakest country. And so that's a key thing with this fight here. And so if we help everybody else and we have that opportunity to do so, and especially we have federal support to do that, then by all means, and especially if we get the added benefit of having tourists, come here and enjoy visiting the Mariana Islands, then by all means, let's move toward that.
Mm-hmm. What about since they're coming in here seeking vaccination? What kind of protocols are we looking at in terms of quarantine? Is it still 14 days, 10 days? Because I've heard like the number 2, like 2 days quarantine.
Yeah, it would still have to be the nothing changes in terms of they don't get special process in terms of the skeleton, the main skeleton of the flow chart, right? And that you still have to, if you're not vaccinated, then you still required to have to be quarantined in a government approved facility, and also being able to be tested on day 6 and released on day 7 to transfer to home quarantine, and then up to 10 days total. And so those are still the principles that must be followed. And so if there's different areas that have different proposals, different hotels, different that they can make their proposal on how to do that, and And again, it doesn't have to be specifically the government, quarantine facility. It has to be just one that we approve. So there's the package that's presented, and that it looks good to Department of Public Health and Social Services, and it looks good to the governor and all those who are part of the decision-making process. Then that's something that we can consider, and there's no reason to be at this point to be too strict about it. And also our the number of cases that we're identifying in those in quarantine that actually are in the quarantine facility, and those who are not vaccinated are going down significantly. And then I think that's a reflection also of those who are traveling into the island, onto the island here, in terms of their risk of having COVID overall, because the cases are dropping in the United States. The cases are technically dropping in the Philippines. So those are our two main sources of travel cases, and we should feel more comfortable in that. And our tourist markets, of course, are the rates are even lower. So there's no reason to be stubborn about this process, and that we want to welcome proposals and review them and ensure that they just meet minimum standards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the governor on Memorial Day, she was mentioning how she was hoping to hopefully roll out the new Airbnb program within 2 weeks or so. And you mentioned something about government-approved quarantine facilities. Is there currently a list of approved government quarantine facilities?
It's a generic, I just said that in a generic way, that if, let's say, a specific hotel wanted to offer this package, then they will make the proposal and then review what their protocols would be and how it would match. And it'd be similar to the Theodore Roosevelt when it came in. They just have to follow something similar to that. And if they can, if they can show really good proof that they can execute it, then it would be, there's no reason to not approve them, I think, at that point.
Mm-hmm. So who does the approval? Is it public health?
It's going to be public health ultimately that would have to review and approve. Just like anything else in this pandemic, ultimately public health is the ultimate authority in this process. So,
And I guess the hotels haven't started that process yet, or public health hasn't come up with like the checklist on how to become a government-approved hotel to be used as a quarantine facility.
I'm currently not the best person to answer that in terms of the timeline. Okay. So I don't know the minutia of that, of who's already been in what process, but ultimately it's something that I know that it's in the interest of these of particular hotels to be a part of this and make their proposals.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you have just, I guess, a general idea what does these hotels need to have in order to qualify as a government quarantine facility for this program? And they just present their protocols, what we're going to do. We're going to set aside, this floor for quarantine travelers.
It would, as I mentioned earlier, it will be similar to how the hotels that were involved with the Theodore Roosevelt and how they perform their quarantine process there, and that there has to be a clear way of how that the persons are stayed allowed to be in their room, to be monitored, in terms of not leaving the facility or leaving the main hot zones, so to speak. And then how does how do foods get delivered, how do services be delivered to them so that they can be cared for, and so those are all parts of that. And so so that's again, that's really a lot of detail to go through that I'm not really the best person to comment on all the specifics of that, but
just make it up, Doc. We'll take it. Doug, I actually had a call from a listener here wanted me to ask, because there's a report out of CBS News that the headline, COVID vaccines may not be enough to protect transplant recipients. Doctors say the COVID vaccine is our best protection against the virus, but new studies have found for organ transplant patients it may not be enough. I think it's relative to organ transplant patients after receiving both doses, producing low to no antibodies. Have you got eyes on this thing? And I mean, do we have a lot of organ transplant recipients on Guam? Are we weighing the effects of this or?
So just 2 comments on that is that one is that if you, well, first of all, there is no organ transplant system or process here on Guam. And so if you need an organ transplant, you're definitely, getting it from your stateside or some different country. So that's number one. Number 2 is that those who receive transplants, they have to be under a significant amount of immunosuppressant medications so that they don't reject the organ. And so in that process, it makes it very difficult to mount an immune response, especially when you're vaccinated. So those results are not surprising by any means. And that it's something that you would think that, yes, it's going to be, it's going to be a problem. So therefore, like organ transplant recipients know they're supposed to do is always take the, extreme precautions when it comes to infections. And so that doesn't change with this. And so unfortunately, because the vaccine it's not effective, as effective, especially, nowhere near as effective if you weren't on these immunosuppressants, that you have to take even additional precautions for yourself and everybody else around you, the family members who are around you, that they have to do the same. And they should especially be vaccinated. And so that's one of the key parts there, is that if, and so that's why, again, that this is being vaccinated. It's not just about yourself, it's about who you're around. And the best way to protect these particular patients is for their family members and loved ones to be vaccinated.
Thanks for that, Doc.
Yep.
Bree?
No, I think, variants. Any new information about variants?
No new information, no new results than what we've had, and the results that we received, recently were no real big surprise that we know that these it was eventual that we were going to see other variants here and that we're going to be able to identify them. But again, the key thing is that, are they consequential? And if you're with our vaccine rates being pretty good and only room to improve, then that the variants become inconsequential. And really, that's really what the key part is. And the same thing goes with the cutoff, what we think about herd immunity, is that there is no magic switch that gets flipped, that once we reach this number, everything is, we're fully protected. That bottom line is, the more we vaccinate, the more we're protected. And again, those who are not vaccinated on the island only pose a risk to themselves and to the others who are not vaccinated, really. And the CDC at this point, they're not even going to investigate those who break through, who get positive with COVID after being fully vaccinated. They're only really going to look at those who've been hospitalized or have died after being fully vaccinated. That's who they're going to really look into. And thankfully, knock on wood, at this point, there is none to report here on Guam. That all are hospitalizations. Right now, there's 6 persons that are hospitalized on Guam, 3 at GMH and 3 at GRMC. All 3 of them are non-ICU, and they're not ultimately they're not on a ventilator either. I don't know 100% about these more recent 3, but prior to that, I can say pretty confidently that there have been no persons who've had been fully vaccinated and have been admitted with COVID related pneumonia or respiratory illnesses. And so that's a big thing to be able to say. And so we let's keep going.
Right on. Thank you, Doc.
Okay. And real quickly, before we let you go, just travel tips for people who are heading out. It's summer, going on vacation, graduations, things like that.
Yeah. So travel tips, again, it's really, really simple. Masks are still in the key part here. If you're flying, wearing a mask is still going to be very protective. Flying in airplanes itself is not as dangerous as you would think, because they have really good airflow and air filtration rates there. But masking is, if you can wear a double mask, that's even better if you're comfortable with that. So that's really something that I would really highly encourage. And you're required to wear the mask anyway. So there was a person in my Saipan flight during the check-in process that was not wearing a mask and going around videotaping every personnel that came up to tell him to wear a mask.
Oh, God.
Ultimately, when he was on the plane, he was wearing the mask. So,
did you guys give him a little bit of that Saipan broad enforcement? Hey, mind that fanboy?
Yeah. So,
all right.
Yep.
All right. Thanks a lot, Doc.
Yep, absolutely. Thanks, everyone.
Of course.
Okay.
Great talking to you. Have a great day.
There you go.
Stay safe.
Dr. Felix Cabrera, the Chief Medical Officer for the territory of Guam. This is The Link. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. Right on.
I like how you asked Dr. Cabrera if like they kind of gave him some of that little, let's say, like Saipan Street justice.
Yeah, you put the two and two together because
Yeah.
they said, oh, the guy was complaining about not, having to wear a mask, but by the time he got on the plane, yeah, he was wearing the mask.
Yeah.
Brett, mga matag wano, Brett.
Yeah, you don't want the boys to go middle road on you.
Oh no. Good morning.
They'll straighten you out pretty quick.
Tato 2.
And then invite you to go play rock ball.
Right. Rock ball.
I love rock ball.
Good morning, Jason Salas.
Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina Salas Mantanani in the KUAM News Zoom room.
Hey.
Hi. Joe Sir again on the ones and twos. Good morning, KUAM TV, and welcome to another one. Another episode of The Link. Just keep coming.
Already a bunch of stuff has happened this morning.
Right. There's a whole bunch more on the way. Sergeant Paul Tapao of the Guam Police Department. We're also going to speak this morning with Beauty Camacho, who was an ex-girlfriend of the murder suspect, Richard Bass III. So we'll definitely have more info on that from Sergeant Tapao. Janela Carrera, Public Health, and Malou Scroggs Division of Environmental Health, as they're out there doing their inspections of restaurants, bars, dining establishments. So when they come out with a report, what is it, monthly or something? We get the results from these different reports. And there were a couple of very interesting, I'll say, inspections that were conducted. So we'll talk about that with them. Coming up with the Mayor Louise Rivera of Tumuning Tumon, Harmon. Wanted to get her on, maybe just to kind of talk about this fatal stabbing that took place in her village, and just maybe a little more on crime, right? Because they had their neighborhood watch meeting, and there's just a lot of foot traffic, just a lot going on in her neck of the jungle. So we'll get her in here. We'll to break bread with us on The Link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, Jack in the Box, and IT&E at 8:03. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas Mantanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today. Good morning, everybody. This just in. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention has downgraded its travel risk for Guam from a level 4 to level 2. Governor Lulian Guerrero saying we welcome this downgrade for Guam from very high to moderate. This complements our recently updated protocols that allow vaccinated travelers to enter our borders without quarantine. She adds that we also have a unique opportunity to share Guam's vaccination success with expatriates in our region, an initiative we expect to roll out shortly. Additionally, she has requested to increase Guam's vaccine supply to enable non-U.S. citizens to travel to Guam for their shots. And we head now into the news studio where Isaiah again has more headlines.
Hafide Zantito CNMI, Guahu si Isaiah Uggan, and here's what's making news on Guam. He was at large for almost 24 hours and now he is captured. 27-year-old John Richard Bass III was arrested in Jigo Monday afternoon for the fatal stabbing of 39-year-old Virginia Laguanya.
Handcuffed and escorted into the Guam Police Department headquarters in Tizan, 27-year-old John Richard Bass III was apprehended around 12:30 p.m. Monday, June 7th. He is accused of fatally stabbing 39-year-old Virginia Rose Paredo Laguanya in a Hotel Mayana room in Tamuning. After responding to the incident Sunday afternoon, GPD launched a death investigation. As we reported, Laguanya sustained multiple lacerations and was transported to Guam Memorial Hospital, where she succumbed to her injuries. GPD also reported that a 19-year-old female victim was transported to Guam Regional Medical City for treatment and care. Bass has a criminal history dating back to 2016 and was previously charged with reckless driving, eluding a police officer, driving under the influence, leaving the scene of an accident with property damage, resisting arrest, and assault on a police officer. He also had multiple warrants of arrest. His arrest record lists Laguanya as his girlfriend. KUAM also found what now appears to be a fake online obituary stating Bass died in October 2020. We are still waiting for more details from GPD on what led to Sunday's fatal stabbing.
The Guam Visitors Bureau says Korea is ramping up vaccinations for its population and has also lifted quarantine for returning residents who are fully vaccinated. The developments are expected to pave the way for international travel by Korean tourists. GVB is looking to cash in on the pent-up demand, but President Carl Gutierrez says they're still waiting on vaccination program approval from public health.
Korea seems to be the ones we're looking at right now to start flying in vaccinated tourists because they want to come here, and we're trying to set the protocol of how to accept and validate those vaccinations. But they're ready to come, and Jeju Air and others are already planning to start sending their planes in loaded with vaccinated tourists from Korea.
GVB has said they expect the Korean arrivals to begin in August. Stay informed 24/7 by checking out KUM.com or downloading the KUM News app, available for iOS or Android. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Ugin.
The Joint Information Center reports 6 new cases of COVID-19 were identified out of 799 tests performed Friday, June 4th through Saturday the 6th. 1 case was identified through contact tracing. To date, there have been a total of 8,210 officially reported cases of COVID-19 on Guam since March of last year. There have been 139 deaths, 59 cases are active, and there have been a little over 8,000 recoveries. The CAR score is 0.6. A total of 84,367 island residents have been fully immunized. As well, on Sunday, Public Health received its shipment of Johnson & Johnson vaccines. A total of 8,400 doses were received as part of Guam's June allocation. For nearly 3 years of not being accredited, the Guam Memorial Hospital is pursuing the process of accreditation through the Center for Improvement in Healthcare Quality. Isaiah Ugin has more.
According to a news release, the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority lost its accreditation in 2018. However, the new GMHA administration made a commitment to regaining accreditation and will continue to provide the people of our island the health care they deserve. Through the hard work of their staff, infrastructure investments, recruitment efforts, and other resource devotion, GMHA is ready to move forward with applying for accreditation once more. Being accredited is an additional stamp of approval, meaning that the hospital meets federal standards for health care. Currently, they are certified by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. There were 3 main accrediting contenders evaluated as part of the GMHA process: DNV, the Joint Commission, and the Center for Improvement in Healthcare Quality. CIHQ's accreditation most closely resembles and aligns with the standard and conditions of participation of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. GMHA is excited and confident in the accrediting organization it has chosen, CIHQ, as it has been granted by HHS the maximum deeming authority, length of 6 years. In an interview with KUAM News, Danielle Maglonia, the Administrator of Quality, Patient Safety, and Regulatory Compliance of GMHA, explains the importance of getting accredited.
So accreditation is a voluntary step. The hospital does not have to achieve accreditation. However, we would like to do this to show our community, prove to them on top of the CMS certification that we give great care here at the hospital. We do meet standard of care, and we work really hard for them and for their health.
She adds that they are working to turn in the application to CIHQ by March of next year. Sometime within 4 months of the application being submitted, GMHA expects their first survey. The survey occurs within 5 business days. GMHA was previously accredited by the Joint Commission, but that accrediting organization continues to deal with issues as it relates to CMS compliance and deeming authority. Reporting for Guam's News Network, Guahusi Isaiah Ugin.
The White House has launched a nationwide blitz to get unvaccinated Americans to sign up for a shot. It's all part of President Biden's push to get 70% of all American adults to have at least 1 dose of the vaccine by the 4th of July. Here's more from Natalie Brad.
As part of the June vaccination blitz, the White House helped organize more than 2,000 events over the weekend, most aimed at underserved communities. First Lady Jill Biden and Dr. Anthony Fauci visited an historic church in Harlem Sunday as it hosted a vaccination clinic.
People in this community trust this church and trust the people in the church. And that's how we're going to do it, through the faith communities, to reach out to their congregation, their flocks, and say, come forward and be healthy.
While more than 60% of all American adults have received at least one dose of the vaccine, vaccination rates are still lagging in some communities of color.
We're going to end this outbreak for absolutely certain.
Yeah.
And the vehicle to ending it is vaccination.
The number of daily shots continues to drop, especially in the South, where vaccination rates lag behind the rest of the country. While the administration remains laser focused on vaccinations, it's also renewing efforts to re-examine the origins of the virus, asking the intelligence community to report back in coming months.
I think we made a mistake earlier on in many people, many officials dismissed this possibility.
Former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice told Face the Nation the U.S. was too quick to dismiss the possibility that the virus leaked out of a lab in Wuhan, China.
Some of the evidence was right in front of our faces. We know that there were State Department diplomats who inspected, so to speak, that laboratory and came back and said that the safety practices were substandard.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken said this weekend the U.S. will hold China accountable on the virus's origins. Natalie Brent, CBS News, the White House.
With the recent announcement made by the governor of the Vax to Win incentive program, KUAM made our way to a COVID-19 vaccination clinic outreach in the village of Barrigada to see if it enticed island residents to join the vaccination.
71-year-old Carmelita Serrano, who is a Harmon resident, said her daughter scheduled an appointment with her grandson to receive dose 1 of the Pfizer vaccine. She says she hopes to win something after getting immunized.
I hope I win.
Serrano encourages island residents to get vaccinated.
Oh, well, they should vaccine so they're not going to get sick. They're going to get the COVID.
Meanwhile, 16-year-old Andrew Wang of Barrigada also received his first dose of the Pfizer vaccine. The sophomore student said he got vaccinated because his peers influenced him to do so.
I just, school pressure, the peer pressure, they all take it.
The Department of Public Health and Social Services, in collaboration with DICID Guam, held a COVID-19 vaccination outreach at the Barrigada Mayor's office. DPHS's Public Information Officer Janela Carrera said the clinic operated well and the department plans to hold another vaccination outreach.
And we had services with ASL, with the visually impaired, and it was also open to the general public, so no one was turned away. And I think it turned out pretty successful. So we're already talking about the possibility of coming back here in about 3 to 4 weeks so that we can accommodate those that would be due for dose 2. And also because, this is sort of not a pilot, but sort of our first test run for the disabilities community, and they're kind of hearing about it. I think it kind of just opens up that door and generates that interest within that community, and I think they want to come back. They're more interested now, and I think coming back here in that 3 to 4 week time frame gives them that second opportunity to come here and get their vaccines.
Reporting for Guam's News Network, Wahusi Isaiah again.
A recently proposed rule by the National Marine Fisheries Service seeks to designate coral critical habitats. This may sound fascinating for those who seek to protect natural resources, but as Tyler Matsinani reports, there's much more to it.
The island's lawmakers and the Guam Department of Agriculture submitted comments in response to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, National Marine Fisheries Service, NIMS, proposed rule to designate coral critical habitat around all of Guam's territorial waters. Critical habitat was created by Congress to protect identified endangered species. However, as DOAG Director Chelsea Munya-Brett explains, NIMS didn't predict coral would end up on that list.
15 of those species were actually listed. 7 of them were found in American Samoa's waters, Guam's waters, and CNMI's waters.
Altogether, the 7 only make up 2% of the worldwide endangered species population, and only 3 endangered species are found in Guam's waters. NIMS was later sued by a larger nonprofit organization for failing to designate critical coral habitats. Brett explained that as a result of that lawsuit, they kind of, quote, jumped the gun on doing it for Guam, the CNMI, and America Samoa.
They said all of the military jurisdictions are excluded or exempted from this designation, and everywhere else was painted in purple.
Meaning all of Guam's territorial waters outside of Navy and Andersen Air Force Base would be considered coral critical habitat. This means that any federal agency or federally funded project that would be working in an area deemed as critical coral habitat would be required to go through a permitting process through NIMS. Additionally, when NIMS designated these coral habitats, they didn't consult any of the state agencies.
It took all of us by surprise. They announced it during one of our Westpac fisheries meetings. And they posted or published the notice in the Federal Register like the day after Thanksgiving, when most people are on vacation. They weren't even going to have public hearings, and it was only when we requested that they do that they had 2 virtual public hearings, one for Guam and CNMI, and then one for American Samoa.
Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, senators, and the DOAG each called out NIMS for using what they termed, quote, not the best available science in proposing the designation. With respect to Guam, NIMS used 1 or 2 personal communications as part of their facts for establishing critical habitat.
A researcher saying that he was doing coral monitoring and he thought he might have seen these coral out in Guam's waters. But then he said he wasn't completely sure because they look like a lot of other coral.
There are over 400 species of coral in Guam's waters, many of which look extremely similar, and the only way to differentiate is by genetic testing. NIMS, however, did not genetically test any of Guam's coral. Guam, CNMI, and America Samoa are now awaiting the final decision from NOAA NIMS. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Tyler Matanani.
Thanks, Ty. Here's a look at our new series that airs every Monday, highlighting some of the island's businesses who are Guam Safe certified by the Guam Visitors Bureau and have the World Travel and Tourism Council Safe Travels stamp.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travels Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau. Guam Safe Certified is the official local designation which identifies establishments that have the utmost compliance, care, and pride in following government health and safety guidelines. The World Travel and Tourism Council created the world's first ever global safety and hygiene stamp. The specially designed Safe Travel stamp enables travelers to recognize destinations around the world that have adopted health and hygiene global standardized protocols. Overseeing the implementation of these protocols on island is the Guam Visitors Bureau. Atkins Kroll Inc. Business Development Director Ernie Galito explains why it was important to follow safety protocols, not only for customers, but for their employees.
Our business doesn't run by itself. It runs on the integrity and the safety of our employees. So we want to make sure that our employees have a safe work environment. So our customers are important too, because we can't run a business without our customers. We want to make sure they feel very safe and confident that we've taken all the measures to become safe for their shopping pleasure. It's important for us to become safety protocol with the WTTC as well as with GVB, because we support the restart of tourism, and we want to make sure our tourists know that we've taken all the precautions for their safety when they come to visit us here on Guam. We want to show that it's not only a tourism corridor that takes safety measures, but every place where customers go or tourists go or residents go, they're going to feel safe. And that's why we support this endeavor.
And to ensure the safety, AK is taking the necessary steps.
We've taken our cues from CDC as well as other safety organizations, including DPHSS, to make sure that we follow all the safety protocols. For example, we make sure that people have ample places for them to sanitize themselves. We've taken great steps in sanitizing all the public surfaces where customers and employees may touch. So we're taking those protocols to make sure that everybody's safe regarding our environs here and also our test drives in our cars.
Galito, like many businesses, are looking forward to the island getting back on its feet.
We're very excited that the opening of tourism is going to come soon. A lot of our residents, of course, many of our customers who lost their jobs due to the shutdown of tourism during COVID, we're excited that they'd be able to come back to Guam, come back to work, and it's good for Guam and it's good for everybody. So we're excited that the hotel industry will be back on its feet again, and we're looking forward to welcoming many tourists to come to our island.
For complete lists of Guam Safe Certified and WTTC Safe Travel Certified businesses, or if you would like to know more on how to receive such certification, you can log on to visitguam.com now. Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
And with your news in Chamorro, here's Kim Concepcion.
Buenas noches, tiget suntugi kanut sa morgin ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Después de seguir ligaw dan escapado de policía magatsal sutumus si John Richard Bass III, 27 años na edad, gizazigo. Maliligaw si Bass para diferente Virginia Laguania, 39 años na edad, gidya 6 de junio. Gitaloan ng Domingo na respondi GPD por insidente gi Mayana Hotel gizatamuning. Sa inseguida sa matutun investigasyon finaytay. Matutun na sinudang giyas Laguania. Sa makonni inseguida sa Paraguay Memorial Hospital. Mapronunsya na matay gi después. Makonni kung todo 19 años na Palawan ni biktima lokwe guati Guam Regional Medical City para amti tan para ma-attendi. Gimal sa tikulo, San Molig respondo gi promotion Vax to Win no inanunsya ni gobyerno gimapos na semana. Gitaluan ng Lunes kana 21 min na taw-taw gi. No esta man mabakuna sa malihestrasiya para tsansa para magana des $1,000 pat nuevo na kareta. Isa na Communications Director i gobyerno si Crystal Paco San Agustin ay explica na finena na inagang hodi man mangana sa paredya 16 gi Hunyo. Ilingan na kada Merkulis gila 7:21 gi egaan para managwahan niya si Facebook Live gi plego ni gobyerno para mahalay naan humana siguro dadyo na para maagang hutong hodi siya manggana. Dasinya maninagang ni gobyerno para segundo gobyerno para manunsya na siya manggana. Linya mas na na maajik na oras at sumilong dyan ni 21 gi Hulyo.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at his secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Family platter of fried chicken? Check. Tray of red rice? Check. Birthday cake? Check. 1 case of water? Check. 12-pack of beer? Check. 2 cases of Pepsi?
Check. When you have a long checklist but are short on time, we got you. Get it delivered by us. Order on the app or website at uno-go.com. Guam on demand.
Shoot, I forgot the paper product.
Oh wait, Uno Go has that too.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KOAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KOAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KOAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Help us celebrate the class of 2021. KUAM wants to help you celebrate this touchstone moment in the lives of your graduates. For the months of May and June, we will flood the social media pages of KUAM with photos and well wishes for the class of 2021 grads. Log on to KUAM.com to submit photos and brief messages or captions. Then look for your special grad on KUAM Instagram and the Facebook pages from all of your friends here at KUAM. Congratulations, seniors!
I decided to get vaccinated because I knew that it was the only way to keep myself, my family, friends, and everyone safe. And it was also my way of contributing to the fight against COVID-19. And I also encourage everyone out there, and especially those in the FSM communities here on Guam, to do your part and get vaccinated. My name is Victorious Flan, and I am a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Hey, good morning. Good morning. What's up, my dear people of Guam and everyone else? How's it? Sabrina Salas Mentanani in the Zoom room. Jason Salas right over there. Good morning, Jay.
Good morning.
Joe, sir, on the ones and twos. It's 8:31 on the link. Brought to you proudly by our friends at Pacific Points, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and IT&E. Good morning, Jack in the Box. Thank you, Milkshake. Monday is coming soon to a link show near you. All right, we can just extend it, Jay. Milkshake Wednesday. That sounds pretty good to me too.
Milkshake week.
Milkshake
month.
Ooh, milkshake month. Oh my God. Oh, that's not gonna be good. Not gonna be good at all. Here's who's coming up on the show. Sergeant Paul Tapau is probably on his way in to the KUAM News Zoom room. He takes a little while to get in because he obeys all traffic laws, right?
35 stay alive.
That's it. And then we're getting Beauty Camacho, who is an girlfriend of the murder suspect who they just came down with the charges in that case, Sabrina?
Yeah, they did. Just a second.
I'm also...
I believe the charges...
Go
Go ahead. No, go ahead, because I'm still trying to pull it up.
Oh, yeah. Also, if you guys are just joining us, the CDC, a little over an hour ago, has lowered Guam's COVID-19 rating from extreme risk, high risk, or was it extremely high? It was the highest one. We're at 4.
Risk, yeah.
Now we're at 2, moderate risk of catching COVID if you travel here. So that's some good news this morning on Tuesday, June 8th, right here on The Link.
So now I wonder if Carl Gutierrez and his crew, obviously, like they're well aware of the CDC's decision right now. I wonder, how much momentum this is going to give, like their plans again, because they're looking at really making a concerted effort to bring the Korean tourism market back first.
Right, yeah.
And he was saying yesterday, he kind of hinted it. He goes, certain factors, if they all kind of fall into place and, like the planets align in the right way and everything like that, we'll really be able to have a cohesive strategy that we can, really get people here and then, have them enjoy the hospitality in a safe way.
You got that thing, Bree, or?
Just a second again.
All
Sorry.
right, I got it. Yesterday, around 12:30, officers assigned to GPD's Criminal Investigation Division Special Ops and Neighborhood Patrol were able to locate John Bass in the Jigo area. He was transported to GPD headquarters in Tizen, where he was later arrested for the following offenses: the charges: aggravated murder, aggravated assault, attempted murder, family violence, child abuse, reckless conduct, and possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. He was subsequently booked and confined at the Department of Corrections. Of course, the case has been forwarded to the Attorney General's office for prosecution. And that's that. You guys all saw the videos. I know that people up north in Jigo were kind of on high alert yesterday morning, Bree, as we saw a lot of stuff going around on WhatsApp. And that's kind of been the trend lately, is you get the WhatsApp information or tips, and then we kind of just wait around for the Guam Police Department to come out with official information, right?
Mm-hmm. And so that press release came out just this morning regarding the official charges, although we all kind of knew that he was arrested yesterday. We don't know the reasons behind and the details behind what happened, other than what we reported, right? So he may be magistrated this afternoon. So once that occurs, the magistrate complaint will be released to the media, and that will tell the story of what happened.
Right, and so they basically, with the magistrates, they kind of put together like police reports of different witnesses and just what responding officers were able to put together, Bree?
Yes.
Right on.
And the both of you were mentioning earlier this morning when we first went on the air, as you said, Chris, your kids are up at their Nana's house, which is in Jigo, and then Bree, obviously, her house is in Jigo. So you both contacted your kids and just say, guys, just just stay home. It reminded me of something that happened in Guam history. I want to say like in the early 90s, there was a very violent criminal, and I forget the name, but this person escaped from DOC. And remember that, Chris? It was about maybe...
I want to say you're talking about that Pangolina guy, maybe?
I forget,
the one they found the cell phone hidden in the light fixture?
Some 93, 94, something like that. But when the person was escaped for maybe like 5 or 6 hours, like the entire island, like everybody just like, you know, stayed inside. Everybody was calling each other. Obviously, this is pre-social, pre-mobile, pre-internet, but... and it was basically all we had was radio like back then to just say, you know, this person is still, you know, at large. This person is known to be dangerous, but I mean, it was like a very frightening time.
All right. Hey, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to figure out Sergeant Paul Tapau. I think he might be coming in on the phone, so just give us a sec here, and the link is back with more next. Good morning.
Looking for TV schedule.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the field, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
I decided to get vaccinated because just thinking about all the lives lost from COVID and everyone on island that contracted the illness, I realized that I need to do my part, not just to protect myself, but our community. And I also realized we're still not out of the woods with variants that are out there. I want to be safe, and I want to keep my family safe. I'm Tyler Matinani, and I'm a proud member of the vaccination.
Join the vaccination. Scan and plan. For more information, go to KUAM.com.
Good morning. Good morning, KUAM TV. It's 8:41. I'm Chris. Sabrina in the KUAM News Zoom room. Jason Solis also. Yeah, Jason Solis is here too. Also.
Dashing back and forth.
At 8:41, Sergeant Paul Tapal joining us on the phone. Oh, so old-fashioned. Oh, God, so 2010.
Stay connected. Stay connected.
Right on.
I apologize. I have issues with my my data or my data.
Oh, you reached your limit?
No, I think there was a disruption in our service and our carrier, but it's always good to stay connected. But hey, good morning, man.
Good morning,
everybody. Good morning, Sabrina, Jason, Joser, Chris. How you guys doing?
Morning, Sarge.
Doing pretty good, Sarge. Good work with that capture of that murder suspect yesterday. Are you able to provide any other details on it other than what was released?
It's really, we want to first and foremost, the Guam Police Department. We always regret, reporting. There's always that hard feeling of reporting, tragic incidents and stuff, and it's really it brings to mind, the importance of life. And on behalf of our Chief Stephen Ignacio, the men and women, our condolences always goes out to the family that is always affected by these types of crimes. So, as we reported from Sunday on to yesterday, the death investigation led to the capture of 27-year-old John Richard Bass III in the Jihu area. He was subsequently charged for aggravated murder, aggravated assault, possessing the use of a deadly weapon and commission of a felony, attempted murder, and so forth. So, hopefully the arrest leads to a conviction with these charges. And, we want to thank the community for really providing us with, a lot of information, giving us some known sightings and everything. And, it just goes out to show the community stands behind each and every one of us, every Guamanian that calls Guam home. Since the onset of this, people have been chiming in about how, they can help and stuff, and, simply just reporting any suspicious activity. And, this, like I've always said, crime, there's always that trickle effect. People do get affected by it, and, luckily, and unfortunately, the family members have to endure, but, they're not going to go through this alone. We're here to support, and our main goal with the Guam Police Department is to gain that conviction so the family we can bring justice to the family. But again, thank you again to the community, the greater community, for their patience, understanding, and their support in the the men and women of the Guam Police Department.
Was it? Oh, Sarge, I heard that it was a caller tip that included you guys in on the whereabouts of the suspect.
Yes, I forgot to mention that. It was really, the efforts of the community. That's why we want to, commend the community, the greater community, because, the information that they were sharing led our officers to the area. So, again, thank you to everybody. They understood what needed to be done. We did put the wanted flyer out there. Our guys were burning the midnight oil. They worked the case straight through and, following up on the leads, following up on the calls, the sightings, and, we were able to pretty much get that single triangulation of where he's at and how we're going to do it with the assistance from the community. So again, thank you again to everybody.
Bree?
Paul, do you have any other information about this case? Any specific details as to what happened at Hotel Mayana that led up to this incident?
No, not at this time to report out. Again, our guys just pretty much what was provided. Again, these guys worked through since the onset. So they will provide more if the magistrate reports does come out before what we are going to release. We can, working closely with the AG's office, we've worked with securing the declaration of probable cause so that we can get the conviction. So the magic report should provide more information should it come out before any other additional release that we're going to provide from the Guam Police Department. But again, we try as always to protect the integrity of every investigation, and serious investigations such as this, to bring that conviction. So, we're going to work with the AG's office on this part.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of, I wanted to ask because we learned through the family that the victim had reported him multiple times to the police. Are you aware of any history of this, and did you have any comment on it? Because some people are saying and commenting that this was a system failure.
Not that I'm tracking of any reports. I did read some, some news articles and everything, and it's really understanding how we can do our part, how we do our part with really, and of course enforcing this. I'm not tracking if any reports were made or the amount of reports that were made. So these are things that will be brought up when we move forward with the trial in itself and with the case moving forward. But if people have the greater community has any concerns in how officers respond to any type of domestic violence, we at the Guam Police Department have moved for advocating for victims by developing our own domestic assault response team. And as a matter of fact, the investigators that led this investigation are our detectives from our domestic assault response team. The department has also really, worked with our advocates in ensuring that our advocates are properly trained, in ensuring that our advocates are properly equipped in not just dealing with, survivors of domestic violence, but also working with survivors of sexual assault. So the Guam Police Department works closely with other nonprofit organizations and government agencies. So the judiciary process in itself, if we effectuate an arrest, the arrest just doesn't stop there. Our advocates work behind the scenes, working with the victims and providing the justice. Whether to say that things may fall out, fall through the crack, it's really hard to gauge and track. But I do know that, from the chief of police, to the management, we've assured that the services that we provide to the community, our patrol officers, which is, I don't want to say it's basic report taking. It's mandated that we apprise the victims of their rights. So, this is where we've taken domestic violence to another level where we're working and apprising the victims. Now we call them survivors of their rights and what they can achieve with, going through issues with domestic violence and family violence cases. It really is a battle that we're seeing throughout the greater community in understanding how we deal with domestic violence. But the Guam Police Department we have a working mechanism that's dedicated for this specific crime, for these specific incidents. And I want to commend our DART. I want to commend, KOM. You guys were a part of it and seeing the transformation and providing that, the outlet for the victims of domestic violence and, and sexual assault. Our safe room that was donated by KOM and the sponsors was really, I visited that place, and it's that setting away from the ugliness of what's happening is that, we've partnered with various members of the community to assure the safety of the victims. So really tracking, Chris, to your question about how many complaints and everything, I don't have a tracker for that, but I just want to highlight about what our officers and what the Guam Police Department have in line that deals with domestic and sexual assault cases.
Paul, you said you're not tracking it, but a woman was murdered here, and the family is coming forward saying that this is not the first time that they've experienced or have seen Mr. Bass exhibit these sort of violent tendencies, right? So do you think maybe GPD should track this? Maybe GPD should know when they're responding to incidents like this or calls for help from survivors or victims, that they should know who they're dealing with? I mean, if you get a name, hey, so-and-so, he's beating up on my mom, wouldn't GPD look up in their system, okay, we know this person we've had complaints about him in the past.
This person
Isn't that something that you guys do before you go to a scene or to a call where someone needs help?
So initially, in the initial response, right, from our patrol level, we have the data information that's available to us. We punch up and everything, right? And people, we need to understand the primary role, right? We are the first responders. We bill and, of course, entertain and, of course, report incidents of crimes that occurred. So, speaking of domestic violence, where it goes after that, it's really And understanding the mechanism that the Guam Police Department has, we don't just arrest, the perpetrator, but we also provide assistance with to the the survivors, whether it be a domestic violence case or a sexual assault case. The judiciary process in itself takes its course once we take it to magistrate and everything, and the courts issue an injunction, separation, restraining order, temporary restraining orders, and so forth. They move forward in providing assistance to the victim. So there's a whole mechanism in play, and there's always that ability to share information, whether it's a repeat offense, whether it's continuous calls. Nonetheless, we still have to entertain it in the call in itself, and of course report the incident, whether we arrest him one time, whether we arrested an individual 4 or 5 times. We are just going to keep doing our process in providing this information, whether it's habitual. Maybe we need to look at the bigger spectrum of what we need to do to ensure that we break the cycle, and that's always been our model of our domestic assault response, and is to really end the violence and by breaking that cycle of violence. How are we able to do that? We can't just do it with an enforcement process. We also need to get our nonprofit organizations involved. We also need to get our multi-agencies that the government provides involved for this, because where it stops with GPD, it's really, people just think it's there, but we also have our advocates that check with the survivors to see how they're doing, to see what we can do to help. Many years ago, we had a program initiative with the coalition, Project Hope, where we provided, GTA provided funds for our survivors so that they can reach out to our advocates. They can reach out to the services that the courts have. They can reach out to see where the process of the trial is going and everything, because it's a long process. And, our part in what we do, it's the primary phase and everything. It initiates the safety of the victim or the survivors by first separating the violent offender and hopefully getting him or her incarcerated, and providing the safety net for the survivor. So, the process in itself, from how do we deal with this? GPD's role is really being able to author, report, and to gain that conviction so that we can provide the safety here on out. Now, how do we deal with habitual cases such as this, right? Different cases that may present as a repeat offender. It's going to take a full spectrum of everything that everybody works towards. You've met the coalition, their advocacy towards the survivor. What do we do now to bring healing? How do we do that if we want to be able to break the cycle? Because it's a tedious task, and we do have the resources that are available to us to say that they have priors and everything. That'll be annotated, and that'll be able to be brought forth in the court, and hopefully that when they go to
Right,
the
Paul, are you aware, this woman, Virginia, she was murdered on Sunday. Can you say right now, does Mr. Bass have a record?
I don't have information of that. I know what was reported in the media. I'm sorry, I'm not tracking his personal arrest record or anything, or his previous arrest.
Is there an issue, Sarge, with the courts and the information they may have on somebody versus GPD and the information you guys might have in responding to a call? I mean, do you guys have systems that kind of talk to each other where you have responding officers roll up on a scene and they're like, oh, this guy, he's had, 3 restraining orders against him, there was some charges, so just be mindful rolling in? Because it kind of sounds like there's not communication where you guys don't know what the right doesn't know what the left is doing.
But we do have that information sharing ability. Now, like I said, right, it's okay, now we're responding to repeat offenders. What is the what are we looking at, right? Are they habitually committing the same crime? We'll switch gears, right? Those that are suffering to addiction, how many times have they been arrested? It will show he's had priors, he's been arrested, he's been adjudicated. This how many times the system will pop up. And of course, this is the network information sharing with the respective agencies. So we do have that in play. We do have these things, but it's the individual in itself. What are we doing? We just arrested you 2 weeks ago. What are you doing now? That may be the mentality of the officer. I just had a run-in with this individual, and we're back at the same call. It's just the cycle repeats itself. When we just look at domestic violence, but if we transition into addiction, those that are suffering to addiction, what are we doing to help these types of issues with crime? So understanding, please, and I want to be specifically clear, our job is to report, our job is to respond and report, and of course determine probable cause, and look into the safety of those that are going through either domestic violence or sexual assault. We provide the advocacy for that. Where we go from there, when we testify, we go into the courts, and our goal is, once we make an arrest, is to gain that conviction. The process in itself, it really falls into the next layer of the judiciary process. What is the sentencing hearing? What is they going to do for conviction? How are they going to separate? Do we work at bringing the family back together? Do we work at rehabilitation? That's in a process that the Guam Police Department is not a part of, because we are the preliminary or the primary stage of every investigation. And once we get that conviction, we testify, we work with the Office of the Attorney General in getting that conviction. Where we move forward, it's really, like I said, we are in the primary or the preliminary state of every case or every investigation.
I get it, Paul. I mean, we see it in the magistrate's complaints. Sometimes the names are familiar. They go in for family violence. Then maybe like a week later, there's another magistrate's complaint for family violence. So it's just like this cycle that keeps on going and going and going and moves from one victim to another victim. And how does it end? And it needs to stop.
And that's where we've worked. And if you've seen the work that the Guam Police Department has done in the past, the KUM has been really supportive in bringing these information out. The services is there. Our main is really, how do you break the cycle? How do you end the violence? How do you end the cycle of violence that's happening within this? It's very dynamic. Domestic violence, family violence is very unique and dynamic. And, within the Pacific region, we work closely with the Pacific Islands of Chief of Police. We work closely with them in monitoring this. The Pacific region is domestic violence, other than, drunken behavior, is like the number one crime that's committed because of the fact that we're culturally binded, we're culturally sensitive to different things. We may be that, don't say anything. I don't want you to bring shame to the family. This is where advocacy comes in. This is where outreaches come in. This is where the coalition, this is where the community in itself comes in, because we want to be able to empower the survivors that you're not alone in this. You have the strength to stand, and you have the support. And, we only do the preliminary state of the investigation, but I tell you, the legwork that our advocates do in following up and ensuring the safety, ensuring how they're doing the well-being of every survivor in every case, this is what we bring with our domestic assault response team. But how do we end the cycle? That's the magic question. How do we bring an end to the cycle of violence that happens with any domestic or family violence case? It's really, the specific studies that we've been working with, there's always been, that's always going to be hitting high frequency is domestic violence within the Pacific region.
Right. And, Paul, that's why I get very emotional about it, because, like as you said, KUAM has partnered with the Guam Police Department. We've had on Cynthia Cabot numerous times. It was just Domestic Violence Awareness Month last month, I believe, and when we had Cynthia on. So that's why it's so frustrating to hear about cases like this, where there was a survivor who reached out for help. The family was reaching out for help, and then there was a known history of this person committing violent acts. And so that's why I just get really upset that here we are today, hearing about a woman who was murdered because of family violence. Yeah. Anyway, I could go on and I could get really upset about it, but I'm sure whoever our next guest is will probably have a lot to say. But Paul, just real quickly, any update on Jerry's Kitchen?
They're open.
Hello?
They're open?
No. I'm talking about the investigation into the police officers or the off-duty cops.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's an open case that's still ongoing. That's,
okay.
The AGs had moved forward with the findings that was provided by the reinvestigation by our officers, our traffic investigators from GPD's Highway Patrol Division, and of course the investigators from the Office of the Attorney General. Based on those findings, they moved forward with a criminal proceeding. We've opened up, Chief Ignacio has opened up administrative investigation for the officers that were involved in this case, both the investigatory side and, of course, the off-duty officer that was present at the time. So this is still an ongoing administrative investigation from the Guam Police Department's end, and of course, I can't really expound on the criminal investigation from the Office of the Attorney General. But again, this was against Chief Stephen Ignacio, ensuring the transparency that we keep the community informed of where we're going with the investigation.
I just remembered something back to Mr. Bass. Was there any truth that he was sent to the hospital after he was captured?
I didn't receive any information. Like I said, those guys worked, they burned the midnight oil with this case. So all I got was the tracking documents of him, his arrest record, and of course his processing or his booking records, and moving with the confinement at Department of Correction.
Also, I wanted to ask about, he seemed like he was on the run for quite a long time. I'm hearing that there were several people that spotted him, and it was reported, and that officers saw him in the jungle. Why weren't the dogs deployed?
Our dogs, our dogs are specific for various tasks. Drug detection. Our dogs are also for bomb and, of course, anti-terrorism effect, but more of a drug detection canine. So specifically for sicking the dogs after them, we can't just say sick 'em, boy. They're bred and trained for specific tasks, such as drug detection and, of course, bomb and explosive detection. So having them scour into the jungles and everything, it's a greater risk to the dog in itself, and of course the work that entails for the specific working dog that's assigned to the handler. It's not conducive to what the environment at hand.
Are you able to say, Sarge, because when on the videos it looks like his clothing is it's pretty torn up. Was that something that happened during the alleged crime or in the apprehension of the suspect?
I don't know, sir. I won't be able to answer that. I don't have any information as to that. That's what's circulating on social media, so I don't know. The cadena, the coffee, I won't be able to, really give a definite answer to that.
Right. Okay, Sarge.
Roger.
You good, Bree?
Any results from drug tests?
I know that the last report that Chief Ignacio provided was that we're doing good. There was nothing of concern. I don't know the numbers. I can't really give a definite number because I want to, provide, of course, the understanding and transparency of what we're doing.
Okay, so then did anybody test positive that you know of so far?
Not that we're tracking, no.
Okay. All right.
Sarge,
one test we don't want to score high on.
Right, yeah. Just real quick on Project U, because we know that it was tabled because of a positive COVID case last week. Is there a status update on this program?
Yes. So we, because of majority of our youth mentors have been inoculated. We were tested yesterday, so that will bring us to day 6. And the good news is that everybody that was a part of that has been cleared with a negative test. But we're still erring on the side of caution. We're just gonna, go ahead and telework from home for additional 3 to 4 days, and we're gonna test again to assure. But that's a good thing. We still need to wait for the 14-day quarantine for the participants. And in doing so, we're moving forward in a relaunch effort, and we'll provide more. I'm anticipating that maybe by next week, and bringing forward the program, the full length of the program back to the participants because of this interruption. But we're working closely with the Department of Public Health and Social Services. We're working closely with our Safe School partners. And of course, the people that are making this possible are participants and their family members. Our mentors call them on a daily basis, checking up on them and stuff. So once because they have to hit the 14-day, because majority, the issue of who has not been inoculated, they have to wait for that 14-day quarantine so that they can actually test out or should any signs and symptoms. So we're tracking that there's nobody's indicating any signs and symptoms or anything manifested as a result of the exposure. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. We're saying prayers, keeping everybody in our prayers, and hopefully by next week we'll be able to come out with a relaunch, and we'll be more than happy to invite our media partners such as KUM to see the kids again. This is something in which we're really working, and it's unfortunate, it's a setback, but we got to continue to truck forward and move on and provide this platform for the community.
Thank you, Sarge.
Thanks, Paul.
Absolutely. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for the dialogue. I think if I may, these are the questions that we do need to ask. KUM has been a part of it. You guys, we've gone into domestic violence. We've gone into dealing with addiction and crime in itself. So please continue to keep asking the questions about how we can better our community and what are the resources that are out there. So the survivors that are listening, they can understand and they know that they're not alone in this. And there are people that are willing to help. There are organizations that are here to provide assistance. So thank you for that. I greatly appreciate that.
All right,
All right, Sarge. See you. Yeah, Bree, I mean, you raised so many good points, and it just, I think for some people it's hard to tell, like, what the courts are responsible for and what the cops are responsible for. Are you all right?
Yeah, just so frustrating.
It is, yeah, it's definitely. We're bringing on right now in the KUM News Zoom room Beauty Camacho, who is actually an ex-girlfriend of this murder suspect, John Richard Bass III, and we're talking with Sergeant Tapal about what's being characterized by the murder victim Virginia Laguarnia's family as a system failure, because apparently in a Facebook post, can I see that, Jay? She writes in here, Maylene Pareto, and this is the sister of murder victim Virginia Laguarnia. She writes, please pray for my family and especially my sister's daughters. Forgive me for my rant. For lack of better words, my emotions are all over the place. My baby sister had been trying to leave him, reported him multiple times to the police for the things he was doing. Nothing was being done because we couldn't prove he slashed the tires or he didn't say the words kill, even though all the signs pointed to this. Nothing. And now my baby sister's life was taken, and this MF is still out there. And so we wanted to bring on Beauty Camacho because Beauty, when a lot of these screenshots were going around before the suspect was apprehended, there was one that was going around where you were kind of sharing your experience of having dated this guy and having dealt with the whole system of, and we're going to let you tell the story. But I mean, you had a restraining order against this guy, correct?
Right. And see, the thing about it is I actually didn't realize, because he hadn't crossed my mind in such a long time. I didn't realize that my restraining order expired just this April. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is so weird to see and feel. And it's heartbreaking because from me, I'm keeping record of all of the things that he's done to me. And then as I started to realize all of these small lies while we were in a relationship, I couldn't prove it. So that's what I did. I continued to stay connected with him to learn what these are, because just listening to my instinct, just listening to my intuition, I don't know what I'm going through this for, but it's for a reason. And I've reported him over 9 times, not just harassment, not just digital harassment, not just social media harassment, not just sexual harassment, forced sex or anything like that. It was also burglary. It was also spoofed calls. He called me thousands of times. And if nobody knows if you don't know what a spoof call is, he's basically using a program or an app to call my phone, making it seem like my friends and family are the ones who are calling me. And on the end of the call, it would either be heavy breathing or him pleading for me to take him back, or random rants. And that's where it started after I kicked him out, because before I kicked him out of my house, before we broke up, I asked him, I said, do you feel like you need to go to Guam Behavioral Health to get an assessment? And when he declined that, I said, okay, that's it. I'm gonna take this seriously and protect my peace now. You need to leave. And I kicked him out of my house. And after we broke up, it was 9 months of just torture, like social, like I mentioned, all the digital harassment, social media harassment, the spoof calls. He would break into my home, and when I would report him on all these violations, it was quite frustrating because reporting it to the police department takes a long time, about maybe 45 minutes to 2 hours, depending on how busy they are. And you know, I'm a community leader. I'm here to provide. I'm here to be of service, and I'm very respectful of the authorities and their time. So yeah, I'll wait until I'm able to file all of these crimes against my restraining order. And the reason why I asked for a restraining order is because he tried to commit suicide in front of me twice. And more so, the restraining order wasn't to protect myself against him. It was for me to not go into mama bear mode the next time he comes next to me and have to defend myself and my children. And then a little bit of a backstory is I've been arrested before for domestic violence because I was defending myself. And the other person who was involved in that case wasn't arrested with that domestic violence case. So if you think about it, how am I going to continue to protect myself without trying to defend myself, right? How is that possible? And then to also try to call in for help for the police department when somebody has come to your house and they have a machete in their hand and the only thing that you have is a pot, and you run back into your car to lock it and to call the police, yet they're still telling you to wait and not interact. But then by the time they come here, he's gonna be gone. And that's just one incident where I actually went and I tried to run through the park in Laddie Heights, and I used my car to just look for him, not to try to engage with him, but just to look for him so I don't lose him. So at least I know that I can stay on the phone with the police and look for him. And this was when this was in October 6th of 2018 when I found him. I could smell his sweat in my home. And I broke up with him in June of 2018. So it had been going on for such a long time already. And when I caught him in my home, I found like a duffel bag full of items, groceries, my clothes, his clothes, and all of these other little knickknacks that he just took from the house. And sorry, I'm so frazzled because of how many times I've tried to report him and tried to report this pattern, yet nothing was done. But then one day I went online and I started researching more about him, and I saw that he had an open warrant for arrest against the courts. And within the next 2 days, I saw him walking on the road as I was driving to another place. And I said, okay, so this means something. What am I supposed to do about it? If I see him right in front of me, what am I supposed to do about it? So what I did for the next hour was go house to house in that little area of the village. And I showed them, I had a picture, I have his ID, I have a picture of him shaved, I have a picture of him with full hair. And I showed them his ID and everything. And I said, have you guys seen this person? He's not, at the moment, he's not dangerous, but he's been bothering me and my family, and I would really appreciate your help. And I did that for an hour, just going all around. Finally, when I found out where he was staying, I just broke down in tears because it was frustrating going through that for about 4 months, you know? And that's when I called the court marshals and I said, I have his location. What are we gonna do about it? Because you guys are the ones who want him. He's here. What's the next step? Yeah. And from there, that's when they continued to just kind of coach me on what to do, where to wait. And I think it took about maybe 2 to 3 hours until they actually came to apprehend him. And even just with that is frustrating, you know, like, yes, I'm going to be as smart and resourceful as I possibly can, but what about the people who can't? What about the people who aren't as resourceful and and just, you know, trying to think with their intuition and trying to protect themselves. That's where the gap is, you know. It's really frustrating to see that I've reported his pattern so many times and still it came to this. Yesterday was just so hard. Sunday was really challenging, but it's not as challenging as being a part of the family who's lost their sister, their mom, their auntie, their cousin, their friend. And I get all these phone calls from the people who are just saying, Beauty, thank you for going online and showing us that this person is this person, because nobody wants to believe us because of his stupid obituary, which was fake. And of course, you know, being Islanders, we're going to respect someone's death, right? We're going to respect someone's death. And to see that fake obituary, it just made my blood boil when I first saw it, because the person who posted it was from Facebook, but that's also just Richie. It was just his fake Facebook, another fake Facebook account that he had. And I don't know, it's just really, really frustrating to be a part of the history of it, because I feel like I've done everything by the book. I've done everything by the book that we've been told to do. I don't want to die. I don't want to go back to jail. I don't want to be imprisoned for murdering someone, especially when I'm trying to protect myself and my babies. What can we do in that situation besides, we're just going to take pictures? We're just going to take screenshots? That's how we're going to protect ourselves?
Beauty, when you tell us that you reported him 9 times, when you see these social media posts from Virginia LaGuarnia's family talking about how they had a history, that she was trying to leave him, that they had contacted police, I gotta ask, if law enforcement, the courts had done their job, do you think Virginia LaGuarnia would be alive today?
I believe they did their job, but I feel that there's just an action step or 3 that's missing, that's connecting all of these systems. I heard Sergeant Tupau mention that yes, there's a system, but it needs to be faster. Like, we're gonna wait hours and days and weeks and months, and in my case, years until this happens. That's too long. That's too long, especially when the pattern is so consistent already. The events that I have here on my paper, these aren't even single events. These are compressed events and compressed series of harassment. It's just like a headliner. So in reality, it's way more. Every single time Richie called me is a violation. Every single time he took a screenshot of me or posted about me on Facebook was a violation. Every time he mentioned my name was a violation. And I'm going to try to keep track of that as best as I can, because I have family and friends out there who, of course, support me too. But I really felt like I was playing cat and mice with him. And it's like he was enjoying it. But it's just been so frustrating to see that I've done this already. I've done the work, I've done the research about him, and I've presented it, right? And to just have that kind of just slammed in your face, like, oh, sorry, miss, we can't do anything about that, when I have the proof here also. And the only time there was really hard action about it was when I brought up that he had a warrant for arrest for, sorry, let me just read it. He had a warrant for arrest for, with the Marshal's Division for assault on a peace officer. And I was like, okay, you know what? If that was gonna bring me just a sliver of peace this year, I'm gonna do it. And it only put him away for about 2 weeks or so. if my restraining order violations were compounded on that, it might have given more time. He might have been able to get assessed at Guam Behavioral. He might have been able to get medication. He might have been able to be sent back to wherever he came from, whatever it may be. And there's just so many versions of it. There's so many, opportunities and possibilities of what we can do as a community, but what are we going to do about the flaws in the system, though? Not everybody is equipped with a smartphone or a laptop to be able to record all the violations that they have. Not everybody's able to drive to the police department to make a freaking restraining order complaint or violation report.
Right, Beauty, and these restraining orders, it sounds like that's a big issue. I have a cousin who has had her case just winding through the court. And like you, she did her part. She went and she got a restraining order against an individual who had a history of beating her. But the trouble is, when this guy violates this restraining order, like you said, when they call the court or they call whoever, it's just a bunch of like, hold on, wait, do 5 backflips and we'll get back to you. So I don't know who's responsible, if it's the marshals are too busy, weightlifting and getting tattoos to get out here and do their job. Because it's real. We hear about it. Man, there was 3 stories that we just read yesterday, Jay, where the suspect in these different crimes had a restraining order from a previous case against the same victims. So somebody out there, some bodies out there, is not doing their job. And I don't like this GPD blaming the courts blaming GPD. I mean, look at these survivors, these victims. They don't always survive.
Surviving is exhausting. That's the thing about it. Surviving is exhausting. Can you imagine 9 months of that type of harassment, thousands of spoof calls a day? I had to turn off my phone. At one point, the spoof number was from the Dededo Police Department. And here I am thinking, oh my gosh, wow, they're actually coming to talk to me. And when I answer the phone, it's not the Dededo Police Department, it's Richie on the line, huffing and puffing about whatever it is that he wants to complain about that day. And I'm just like, what? How am I going to thrive as a business owner? How am I going to, make sure that if in case there's an emergency with my kids, Chris and Sabrina, how am I going to make sure that that's them? And that was the scary part too, was there was an emergency with my son at one point, and Richie kept calling me. He kept calling me that my line was so backed up, I couldn't call my son's school to make sure that he was okay. And that's just like, I know I'm a strong person, but the people, that's gonna drive somebody crazy. And yeah, there are our advocates. I'm an advocate too. I'm an applied suicide intervention skills trainer, right? I know what to do. I know what to do in these types of situations. But the thing about it is, how are we going to continue to educate others on how to not enter these types of relationships as well, and not get it to the point where we have to defend ourselves when we are trying to break free and we realize those red flags and that toxicity? When we see it so much from our culture where, yeah, our family and our friends are inviting people into our lives because of that Hafide spirit, but we don't see the grown part. We don't see the hard part of when it happens to sever those relationships that are bad. We don't see that often, because sometimes people just avoid it. They don't talk to people, or they just hang up. They don't have the conversation with the family saying, this is what we need to do about this person because he's either bothering your grandma, your grandpa, whoever it may be, right? And this is what we need to do about it. Those conversations are very, very rare. And like Sergeant Paul said, yes, it is a community effort, and it's not just GPD and it's not just the marshals, but what are we going to do about that missing link to save people's lives? There's an act. Like I said, there's action steps missing in that process, because I had to be the one to get him arrested. I had to be the one to say, here's an idea. This is how we can lock him up. And it's exhausting. And I know that the authorities, all of you guys who are using your power to do that, to search for him, you know, and to really go out there and make sure he was caught, I know that's exhausting too, but it could have been prevented. It could have been prevented ever since 2018, or even before that, when from the other people who have dated him as well, or seen him or hung out with him, who have reported similar things. I don't know if it was a police report or anything like that, but I kept track of what my experiences were, because I knew I had to keep a file of it. I didn't know what it was for, but I knew I had to keep a file of it that's just my gut feeling, and I trust it so much.
Well, Beauty, thank you so much for having the courage to come on the show and to share your story. And I hope there's people out there listening who, you know, take notes of this and look at their situation and, you know, take that stand that they need to take before something terrible happens.
Right.
Thank you, Beauty.
Thanks, Beauty.
Thank you so much, guys.
God bless you.
Okay, take care.
Too.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink, brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water, airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
After a year with so many games and events delayed or unplayed, the world is ready for anything and everything in the world of sports. KUAM Communications is ready with more games, more championships, and more specials that are guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, Superior Light Beer, Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific. Just more great reasons to tune in and turn on, so you'll fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Make sure you're connected. The writing's on the wall. 'Cause if your mind's neglected, stumble you might fall,
Connection is a human necessity, one we need today more than ever. And with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances. And it all starts with yes.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Estimat ko na gwinayza Ti umariroga Kumataon na Ikwinayza Tata sinya tita Togwi Haguzan kwa huneni Kumutata titi Sibinteta Loki estai naineni umasagwa Sa intri hulu ipagu kita tatauta Mailaneni na itata planea Lo esti futuran famagonta Estimat kut nagwi naiza Tiu mari roga Kumata onra Ikwi naiza Tata sinya tita Togwi Haguzan kwa uneni Kumutata tizi Sidinteta Hobin nagwinaiza Mekut nagwinaiza Totun nagwinaiza Estin webun umasagwa Merkai na tentacion Lautaro fitmi ni corazon
Hey, Mr. Ling, Mr. Lot. Good morning. It's 9:31. Tuesday, the 8th day of June. Good morning, KUAM TV. And in the Zoom room, of course, we have Sabrina Salas-Mantanani. Good morning. She's joined by Janella Carrera, the spokesperson for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, and the Division of Environmental Health Administrator, Malou Scroggs. Good morning, ladies.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. So your inspectors, Malou, been out working very hard. As we just saw another report that was filed here. Where was that at? Well, I guess what's the? Well, I looked that up.
I
Malou.
think you're on mute, Chris.
Oh no way. Yeah, I am, Jake.
We can't hear anything Chris is saying. So, Janella, thanks for coming on. Malou, good to see you. Can you just kind of bring us up to speed on the latest with the inspections that Public Health has done? When's the latest one? Because we got one a couple of weeks ago. I didn't know if any other inspections had occurred.
Are you referring to a regular inspection or COVID compliance inspection?
Let's start with the regular inspections.
Okay. The regular inspection, we've been just continuing on conducting childcare facility and temporary workforce housing because we were mandated to conduct regular inspection every 3 months because we were federally funded by this facility, the childcare, and also temporary workforce housing. So we were doing regular inspection every 3 months on those kind of facilities. For eating and drinking establishment, the latest that we did is the Fat Boy Slim, and up to now they're still closed. They requested for a follow-up and submitted a pest control inspection, but it's still showing that there's still pest activity on the first inspection and the third inspection. So we're requiring them to submit 3 consecutive days of pest control inspection showing that there's no more activity.
Mm-hmm. Can you take us back though to the initial inspection? What exactly did you guys find?
Okay.
And we're talking about their food truck, right? The food truck?
Yeah, their food truck.
Okay. Wait, can you guys hear me now?
Okay, the reason that we went there is not because of a complaint. It was a joint inspection with Guam Water Works because they're trying to find out where they're disposing their wastewater or the grease or the fats. So we had a joint inspection with Guam Water Works, and during that inspection, we found out that there cockroach infection inside the mobile food truck.
Oh, can you guys hear me
What
now?
about the grease? Where were they dumping the grease?
That I didn't find out. I'm sorry, I didn't get that info because that is the Guam Water Works thing. Why we conducted a joint inspection with them with a few of the mobile food trucks in Skinner Plaza.
You said that it was you kind of tagged along with them. Did GWA get a complaint? Because you said you guys didn't.
No, they didn't get a complaint, but they just wanna get a feel of it of how this mobile food truck disposing their wastewater and the grease.
And so when you went on the inspection, it turns out they had a cockroach infestation.
Bree, actually,
Correct.
I have the report up here, guys. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Lord. I just want to be heard. That's actually my personal nightmare is that when I'm talking, no one can hear me. Sounds like a dream come true for Sabrina, though. So let me just get this. I have a lot of questions. Sorry. First of all, was this the GWA response? And we'll go ahead and reach out to GWA. But Malu, do you know offhand if they were just there to respond specifically to Fatboy Slim, or was it all the food trucks? Because that's a good point you bring up, is like, where do they dispose of the fats, oils, and grease? Because in a traditional brick and mortar restaurant setting, there's a whole system for it. So was this just like a general check?
It was just a random inspection because we don't have the we don't have the resources to conduct all the mobile food trucks. So it was just a random inspection that they did. I'm sorry, but I cannot give you as to how many food truck. I think they did only the food truck that day because it took them a while. Once there is a pest infestation, it's just gonna take more than 3 to 4 hours to complete the inspection and also the write-up of the inspection.
Yeah, let me go ahead and read the inspection results for you guys here. Again, this is the food truck Fatboy Slim. Item number 1, manager with certificate of management certification not present during time of inspection. Item number 6, employee failed to keep hands clean and properly washed. So crucial during the COVID era, guys. Item number 8, hand washing facilities not adequately supplied and accessible. Item 14, food contact surfaces not cleaned and sanitized. Item 17, proper reheating procedures for hot holding not followed. Item 19, food not meeting temperature requirement for hot holding. Item 33, thermometer not provided and or accurate. Item 35, presence of insects, rodents, and or animals observed. Rat Boy Slim or Fat Boy Slim? In-use utensils not properly stored. Ware washing facilities not installed, maintained, used, and or test strips not used. Sewage and or wastewater not properly disposed. Garbage, refuse not properly disposed. Facilities not maintained. Item 52, physical facilities not properly installed, maintained, and or kept clean. Was there anything they were doing right? I mean, this is terrible. And, you know, full disclosure, guys, this is kind of, you know, this is the thing on Guam is, you know, when we see something, a lot of times we don't want to say something because we don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, or we might know the person, but they used to always be up around this area. And I would see, like, their guys smoking cigarette while they were barbecuing your food. So, I mean, it's freaking terrible. This is a terrible, terrible inspection. But I'm really curious, Malu, because it says here, cockroaches, rats, and or animals. What kind of animals are we talking about?
I'm sorry, but I cannot give an answer when it comes to that. To be honest with you, Chris, I haven't even seen that the inspection report because of just for the last month I was detailed as the acting chief, and there is a supervisor assigned to oversee that inspection. I just didn't have the time to go over those inspection report for 5 weeks, for more than a month.
Wow.
Because our chief went off island for medical checkup. So I was detailed as the acting chief for the Division of Environmental Health for 5 weeks. So I didn't have the chance to really look at that inspection report.
What do you think,
I
though?
relied on my acting supervisor at the time.
What do you think, though, Malou? They received a sanitary permit was suspended due to the number of demerits and cockroach infestation. So you've been around the block. You've seen a lot of inspection reports. What do you make of this one upon hearing this for the first time?
Okay, even if there's no pest infestation because of all those critical violation, it still merit a closure because it's more than 40 demerits. And this is not the first time that we close them. I think this is the third time already that we closed them.
Oh.
Man. Is that common, Malou?
So I saw a posting on
Yeah.
Facebook that they're moving, they're building some kind of a stone somewhere.
Yeah.
I was not able to check where it's the location, what village, but it was posted on Facebook that they're building some kind of a trailer.
I got
Looks
it.
like it's a trailer converting to a stone stand.
Malou, I wanted to, just to be fair, because that inspection report and to hear that they've been shut down 3 times, clearly somebody there doesn't know the protocols, or worse yet, doesn't care. And these are critical things like thermometers, hand washing. That's the most basic thing you want in a place where you get your food from. But they did post on their Instagram page here, and because I always wondered, like a small business, when you're hit with something like this, right? How do you kind of pivot and respond to it? And on Fatboy Slim's Instagram, they write, "To our valued customers, thank you for your patience with us as we work on the maintenance of the food truck and address our responsibilities with health standards. We know we made mistakes, and we apologize for not delivering our very best. This is going to change. Please pardon our progress as we construct our brand new location in Mighty. In the meantime, we're working quickly to offer up your local favorites at a satellite location with more information to come in the next few days. Our vision has always been to give our customers an experience to remember. Sometimes we fall short, but we continue to work towards that vision every day. We appreciate all of you, and we can't wait to serve you once again."
Oh, Malou, can a business do that if they're can Fatboy Slim do that? They you revoke their permit, but they can just move to another place and a new permit can be issued because it's a new location?
If it is a different type of operation, because their permit right now is a mobile food establishment. The one that they're building looks like it's a set location which can fall under stall stand or short order establishment, meaning they have a bigger space. They have all the infrastructure, just like toilet facility, cold storage, warewashing, and everything. We haven't received the proposed plan, because if they're doing that, they should apply. It's required a building permit, but we haven't seen a plan.
Yeah. You know what?
So
what I think.
I assign a staff to contact the owner and check what's really his plan. If he's gonna go apply for a stall stand, a short order establishment, or it's just, if that location is just their commissary, to have a bigger space for their operation, their food preparation.
Malu, I saw also on their Instagram that they're now operating out of a satellite location that I think they're sharing with heavy hitters. So I guess just to expand on Sabrina's question, if I'm Fatboy Slim and I get shut down for rats and cats and cockroaches and all that stuff, can I go over to Jason's restaurant and make my food over there if Jason doesn't have any rats or cockroaches or anything?
Say that again, Chris. I didn't get that.
If my food truck is shut down because my employees aren't washing their hands or checking the temperature, and there's rats and cats and dogs and elephants running all over and cockroaches, and you guys shut me down, can I go over to Jason's restaurant and just cook my food over there if all his permits are okay?
We haven't, I don't recall approving something like that, writing and a sanitary permit. But when a mobile food truck was closed, then they can just go and ride on with another establishment and operate. It's possible if the owner give them an authorization and the owner is willing to take all the responsibility for their operation, then it could be allowed because it's a permitted place.
Could be or is?
It is allowed. It is allowed.
I think maybe perhaps what it is it's on the other restaurants' discretion because they're giving up that space, they're giving up that time, they're giving up that potential revenue generating, equipment. So why would another business that would put potential competitor want to give up, that portion of their business to another business or potential competitor? So it would be up to them to give up that, that part of their business to another business. So.
I mean, maybe they're like subleasing it, right? So business,
right.
All their stuff's in order, and then
right.
Whatever Fatboy Slim's going to pay them so much just to use their facility.
Just to use it, right.
Malu and Jenna, let me ask you guys this. Is this something that is inherently an issue with food trucks because it's a mobile restaurant type location, or do all the other food trucks do okay?
Because we haven't been regularly inspecting all these mobile food trucks, so I cannot say it. I cannot comment on that.
Yeah, I don't, like as Malu had mentioned, our inspection reports, we haven't been doing them with such regularity because we haven't, we're short on staff, and then, we have COVID-19 responsibilities as well in the last year and a half. But if you see the inspection reports that we've been doing, both sanitary and COVID-19, there hasn't been a lot of food trucks that have been issued citations or even issued regular sanitary or COVID-19 being listed. So it's it would be unfair to say whether or not others have been following, the guidelines. But, nonetheless, we should be following these measures, these sanitary inspection measures, regardless of whether or not, we are going out there to do the regular inspections.
Yeah. I mean, that being said, are there plans now, Malu? Are you guys going to do like a food truck? You're going to storm the food trucks now?
if it's possible, because where I lost one staff again, Chris, and this is so I have to pull another inspection out in the field to be at one stop and the permit center to do to accept applications for sanitary permit, pre-operational inspection. So what we're doing right now is to cross-train everybody to be doing also the plan specs at the permit center because we're really short of staff. And just to let you know, I think this will be my last appearance with the link as a public health officer, administrator.
Did we make you mad or something?
No.
Retiring.
Lulu's retiring. I know.
Oh my gosh.
Well, there you go. Right on.
This will be my last appearance.
Congratulations, Lulu.
Oh, Malou.
I know. We're all so sad here.
Are you sure it wasn't us?
Malou, we're applauding to congratulate you on a fine career, but we're very sad to see you go.
Right, yeah.
I think it's time for me to go.
You're done,
It's
huh?
been a long.
Yeah, it has been. It has been a long time, Malou.
Yeah, she's been with us for a long time. I think I was still a little kid when Malou started.
Oh, boy.
Wow. You'll be seeing maybe Rosanna Rabago, the other public health administrator.
Well, how many years?
Thanks for saving that until the end, Malou.
Right. Malou, how many years have you been with the government of Guam? And what's it been like for you?
30 years.
Wow.
30 years.
Best thing about your
funny
job.
enough, my mom used to have a food truck at Public Health in Duddido. And I was a little kid and I used to run around. That used to be my playground when I was a kid. So Malou remembers me when I was a kid.
Malou, what's the best part about your job that you're going to miss?
One thing that I start with one thing that I won't miss is receiving complaints. Middle of the night and the weekend.
Oh boy.
Part is assisting people. I will miss that. Dealing with the public, assisting them in getting their sanitary permit because I handle the plan and specification program for 15 years. I'm the only person that's reviewing business process application, doing pre-operational inspection before they first open. So that's the one that I really miss up to now. When I moved up the rank, I was promoted. I really miss that kind of job because I'm a very patient person. I go the extra miles to assist people for them to comply and get their sanitary permit without any delay. And I miss that.
Well,
So even those old business people, even if they know I'm no longer at the plan, the permit center at Public Works, they still calls me for assistance, and I still do assist them.
Well, that's your character. That's who you
That's
are.
your center.
Yeah.
Right on. So I got to ask you before you retire, is it safe to eat out here? I mean, we don't have
What's the best place
inspectors.
to eat?
You guys aren't doing inspections because you're understaffed.
I'll be the one calling for complaint.
I'm going to follow you and find out where you eat. I'm going to eat there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there goes that.
Well, thank you, Malou, for everything. I know you've helped me a whole lot. I could always call you.
Any other bombshells you guys want to
Thank
drop
you.
before we let you go?
Are you retiring, Janela?
Oh, I have a long way to go.
Yeah, especially with that new retirement plan. Oh, boy. All right. Well, Malou.
I'll still be there. Even I'm retired, I told my staff, I told my chief, I'm just a phone call away. If they need my assistance, I still guide them.
Are you sure?
Because I know the staff, some of our staff are still not 100% there running the planning specification. So I'll still be assisting them.
Okay, I was going to say, are you sure? Because that's what Linda DeNorsi said.
I was gonna say first Linda DeNorsi, then Dr. Janet Manglodia. Now, man, I can't take much more of this.
Well, I think a lot of people just, and Malou, you've been eligible to retire, obviously, for a while now, but was it just going through this pandemic where you kind of maybe took stock of your life and realized that you want to spend time doing other things?
Yes, I think it's really time for me to go to spend more time with my family. Chris, my husband was even in the hospital for 8 days by himself during pico month, and I'm working, and he's in the hospital.
Yeah.
And he was in the hospital.
Well, Malou, thank you for your service. We salute you and all the GovGuam employees like yourself who have done their part with decades of service. Right on.
Thank you, Malou. Take care and get some rest. Go on a vacation.
Right on.
Viva Public Health!
Viva!
Viva.
All right.
Thank you.
Janela, let us know
Thanks,
if anyone
Janela.
else is retiring.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see.
Say it again?
Let us know if anyone else is retiring, Janela.
Yeah, for real.
I will. There'll be openings here if you guys want to apply.
Yeah, I was just going to say, they're hiring. All you people on the pool, go.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you. Bye. All right, 9:58. A quick break, and we're coming back with more of the link next. Good morning.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time each Friday to talk food, taste food, and bring you all the latest and greatest in food from King's Restaurants and Ruby Tuesday Guam, old faves, new hits, and everything on the menu in between. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
June makes the best malasadas in Hawaii, a fact not lost on Daryl, whose brother Byron is cooking the onaga he caught at a secret fishing spot with his girlfriend Malia, who used to work for the Shave Ice Guy, whose second cousin Vince drives the school bus ridden by Calais, whose auntie makes the best malasadas in Hawaii. Everything here is connected, and with the new First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, you can stay just as connected to your finances, and it all starts with yes.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentation, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
you.
Thank you. Estadios. Where this week we partner up with Palm Corned Beef. We got a couple great recipes. We'll start with Sabrina's recipe. Bree.
Right. So I got the garlic corned beef, and I decided to make lumpia with it.
Right, and I did a classic corned beef fried rice, and we'll give you a little more right now on the link. Good morning.
The palm corned beef with the juices. That's the only way I want my corned beef. Nice and juicy. There's some big chunks of meat in here. You guys see that? Wow, look at that. These big chunks of corned beef. That's what I'm talking about. Chunky. This is the dad bod corned beef. It's chunky. Oh, it's sizzling. I'm gonna go ahead and throw some onion down in there. Grind a little black pepper in there. Look at that. That is going good. Woo! And you can see it's starting to get a little crisp on here, which is exactly what I want for that texture in the classic corned beef fried rice. I have my rice standing by. I use a 50-50 jasmine short grain rice blend. Okay, we're just gonna do it all in the same pan here. Just about ready to add my rice to this palm corned beef, which I gotta say is just the way I like my corned beef. Not a lot of the, you know, guts and stuff on the tubes. All right, I'm just raining down some garlic powder on there. Of course, you can use real garlic, but some people don't like biting in the big chunks of garlic. All right, I went ahead and added my soy sauce. You can use whatever brand of soy sauce you like. I like to use the one that I have. And we're gonna just continue to mix this up. And it's just smelling so good in here. All right, I got some scrambled eggs here that I went ahead and scrambled in another pan. You can use any kind of eggs that you like. I like to use the one from the chicken. we're gonna go ahead and get that in here. Now this is so simple. I didn't add any salt. You got your soy sauce, and this palm corned beef has plenty of flavor. Just a lot of corned beef going on here. That looks good. We got a little crisp on the palm corned beef. Boom, and I think we're ready to plate this. All right, and now for the big reveal, the classic corned beef fried rice with palm corned beef. Wait for it. Boom! Look at that. Of course, throw some green onions on the top of there, just distract you guys from how unhealthy this is. Look at that, man. Dude. Okay, my boy Channing Jose Bornett, ready? Okay, Channing, how's it look?
Good.
What do you like about it?
I like the smell. It smells really good. How the color of the corned beef, how it's mixed up, and the green adds color to it.
Okay, so let's see how it tastes, because yeah, it looks great, but how's it taste? Oh, is that the verdict right there?
It's really good.
Classic corned beef fried rice. Channing approved. Thank you, Palm.
Talking Shop Tuesdays on The Link. Brought to you by your friends at Pacific Grocers. Brands you trust by people you trust.